Testing, testing. Okay, so we're on the record in case 9645, the BGE reconciliation matter. So let me take appearances.
Yes, good morning, Chair Hoover, members of the Commission. David Ralph on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric. Also on behalf of the company is Daniel Herson, Beverly Sikora, and Brent Balea.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Shebus for Office of People's Counsel. Along with me today is Michael San Martino.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Lloyd Spivak for the Commission staff. With me today are Michael Dean and Jennifer Purvis.
Anybody else? Guess not. So, oh, wait a minute.
John McNutt, Department of Defense.
Actually, I need you.
John McNutt, Department of Defense.
Okay. All right.
Just as a preliminary matter, Chair Hoover, we just want to make a recommendation in terms of the exhibits in this case, identifying the exhibits in this case. In the previous case, we had a number of exhibits. We just think it would make more sense to start from one and just designate them as, for example, 1FR for final reconciliation. So that's how we would propose numbering the
OPC
exhibits in
supports
this
that.
case.
We're fine with that, Commissioner.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Chair Hoover. As an initial matter, the parties have agreed to not have any cross-examination of company witness Lynn Fiery, and so we would offer that as BGE Exhibit 1FR. Her testimony is BGE Exhibit 1FR.
Okay, so marked. And so admitted.
And BGE would call its first witness. That would be Stephen A. Singh.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalties of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your business address.
My name is Stephen Singh. That's S-T-E-V-E-N. Last name S-I-N-G-H. And my business address is 1068 North Front Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Singh, good morning.
Morning.
Do you have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Stephen A. Singh, in this case dated September 6, 2024, consisting of 10 pages?
I do.
Chair Hoover, I'd like to mark Mr. Singh's rebuttal testimony as BGE Exhibit 2FR for identification purposes.
So marked.
Okay, Mr. Singh, was Exhibit 2FR prepared by you or under your supervision and direction?
It was.
Have you had an opportunity to review Company Exhibit 2FR?
I have.
And do you have any revisions or corrections to that exhibit?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today as were asked in connection with your sworn prepared testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Hoover, I respectfully move Company Exhibit 2FR into evidence.
So admitted.
Mr. Singh is now available for cross-examination.
OPC.
Good morning, Your Honor, Commissioners. OPC has some questions. Good morning, Mr. Singh. How are you?
Good morning.
Mr. Singh, I just want to understand your responsibility. You're the Vice President of Electric Distribution Operations for the company, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you assumed that position in early 22?
Yep, February 22, yes.
Okay, so you've been in that position for roughly 2/3 of the company's first multi-year plan.
Yes.
And all the projects that you discuss in the rebuttal testimony that was just entered into evidence are projects that you directly oversee, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the company is seeking to reconcile its spending for two separate pole replacement projects in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those are Project 61160, which is planned pole replacement, and Project 61161, which is reactive or emergent pole replacement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with the planned pole replacement project. In this project, replacements go out of an inspection process, are inspected approximately once every 10 years.
Yes.
Okay. And then upon an inspection, if the pole is determined not to be in adequate condition, it's assessed first to determine if it can be reinforced rather than replaced, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then if the company determines that the pole can't be reinforced, it's scheduled for replacement.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
I'd like to mark for identification purposes OPC Exhibit 1.
So actually, let me ask a question. Since you're sort of doing your exhibits, 1FR, should we
Yes.
do it?
I think
so-
it makes sense for all.
Okay, so why don't we just adopt that
Yeah.
going forward? So this would be OPC 1FR.
Not to be confused with the one that's in 9645.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
sure.
Thank you. Council. Thanks.
Mr. Singh, let me know when you've had a chance to look this over.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Now, Mr. Singh, do you recognize this document?
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a second side. My apologies. Okay.
Okay. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, I believe so.
And this is your answer to a discovery question posed in the company's second multi-year plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And could you look, please, at subpart E, your answer to subpart E of this question?
On the first page?
It's the second page.
On the
Your
second
response,
page.
please.
Okay. Yes, I see it.
And this shows the company's capital spend on project 61160, which again is planned pole replacement for years 2018 through 2020, correct?
Yes.
And for each year, the company's capital spend was between $5 and $6 million.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Singh, the budget for the company's first multi-year plan, which again covered the years 2021 to 2023, the budget for this project for year 2021 was approximately $6.2 million. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And I could show you the company's revised capital work plan that it introduced following the commission's approval of first multi-year plan, if I need to refresh your memory.
Okay, I think it's fair.
I'll represent to you that that's a number in that plan.
I understand.
Okay. And would you also agree that the budget for this project for year 2022, as proposed in the company's work plan for 2021 work plan initially, was about $5.5 million?
Sounds about accurate.
Okay. And that for the year 2023, which is the year we're reconciling now, the proposed budget was approximately $5.4 million.
Also sounds about accurate, yes.
In the 2023 budget, the one we're here for today, that was a budget for replacing approximately 650 poles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the company spent more than its proposed budget in each of the 3 years of the multi-year plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In 2021, the company's actual spend was approximately $6.7 million, correct?
Again, sounds correct. I don't have those numbers
Subject
right
to
in front
check,
of me.
would
Yeah,
you-
subject to check,
Okay.
yes.
And which is a small difference from the proposed budget. For 2022, the company's actual spend, again, subject to check, was approximately $7.7 million,
Okay,
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for this year, 2023, the company's actual spend was approximately $13.1 million, correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And again, the company's proposed budget for 2023 was approximately $5.4 million. Okay. Is that
Sounds
yeah.
correct, yes.
Okay, so
Subject to check, yes.
subject to check, would you agree that the difference between the proposed budget, $5.4 million, and the actual spend, $13.1 million, was approximately 142%?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And for its actual expenditure, that $13.1 million, the company replaced 795 poles, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And subject to check again on the math, would you agree that 795 poles is about 22% greater than 650 poles?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Singh, you're aware that your colleague, Mr. Frayne, filed testimony and exhibits in this case, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed his testimony and the exhibits he filed?
I have.
Okay. Did you contribute to the worksheets that described the reasons for the variances?
I don't. I'm not. My team probably did. I didn't directly supply information for those worksheets.
Okay. I want to read you what I'll represent is line 83 on company JCF3, which will be introduced later. And this is the line corresponding to this project on the tab of the spreadsheet for electric capital. And it says, primarily driven, and this is explaining the reasons for the variance. Quote, primarily driven by increased workload in efforts to drive down existing backlog, period. As a result, in 2023, the company saw a higher volume of pole replacements than the historical trend upon which this budget was based. Did you review that language before it was included in Mr. Frayne's workbook?
Yeah, that sounds consistent.
Okay. Now, a backlog means that you're behind relative to what your plan is, correct?
Not necessarily, no. A backlog, if I could expand, a backlog could be things that we identified in that given year. So, for example, in 2023, we did a larger area. As you mentioned previously, we inspect all of our poles over 10 years. So this pocket that we were inspecting in this year had 3,000 more poles in it. So as we identify issues that need corrective maintenance, they get added immediately to the backlog. So I wouldn't say that the backlog is something that's been there historically. The backlog could also be something that was identified in that existing year.
Okay. So if I kind of paraphrase, the backlog is not relative to the number of poles the company planned to replace. It's relative to the number of poles the company identified in that year for replacement, correct?
It could be both. It could be in the year or anything that carried across from the previous year.
Okay.
So it could be both.
But specifically in this year, 2023, which was it?
In 2023, the primary driver is that we inspected an area. So we inspected 3,000 more poles. And in addition to that, the areas that we inspected were in much more complex areas. We create 10 zones. This zone that we inspected in 2023 was in more marshy areas, and also were in areas that contain a higher voltage class, 34 kV volts versus 13. So those were some of the drivers in terms of the added amount of poles, both the volume of poles and then the complexity of poles.
Okay. In this project, I just want to make I understand the sort of timing between the inspection and the replacement. It sounds as though in 2023, replacement followed inspection pretty quickly.
Yes.
Is that always the case?
We try to. It is especially if they are poles that we believe need to be replaced quicker from a prioritization perspective. So we look at reliability-related concerns, and also, the opportunity to get them done quickly. So we try to prioritize the poles. They all have different designations for ones that need to be replaced.
So the inspectors will inspect a pole and then give it a designation with respect to how quickly it needs to be
Yes.
replaced, the priority. Okay.
Yes, correct.
So is it like, say, when you're buying a house inspection, where you get a laundry list of issues with the house, and some are sort of classified as needing immediate action and others not so much?
That's
Is that-
right. We use we call it priority 10. A priority 10 requires immediate replacement. A priority 20 requires replacement within 14 days, and a priority 30 requires replacement within about 9 months.
Okay. So priority 10 is the highest priority.
Priority 10 is the highest priority. It needs to be fixed immediately.
And is it your testimony that a significant percentage of the poles replaced in 2023 were priority 10?
No, my contention was the volume of poles, the number of poles inspected. If you just use the normal conversion rates of poles inspected to poles that require replacement, just by doing a larger number, you're going to generate more replacements. And in addition to that, my contention is the this zone in this year that we inspected, happened to be more complex work and more challenging conditions.
Okay.
Not necessarily that there were more priority 10s, but just that the volume and the complexity were higher.
Okay. 3,000 poles inspected this year, and that's greater than typical years, is that right?
Yeah, well, we have about 390,000 poles, and we inspect 10% of them a year. So we do we do it over 10 years. So on average, we could range from doing anywhere like 36,000 pole inspections to 39,000 pole inspections. So this year we did about 39,000 pole inspections, which is 3,000 more than the previous years of 36.
Okay.
But the plan is we do them all within 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
As poles were being replaced pursuant to the project in 2023, did you track how far you are along in terms of the initial plan of replacing 650 goals?
So did I track to the 650?
Did
Is
you
that
get
your question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you get updates, say, like, now we're at 200, now we're at 400, now we're at 600?
Now, what I look at is from a common sense perspective, these poles, where are the biggest reliability concerns? So as I am managing the system, and as you mentioned, the Vice President of Electric Operation, my primary concern is for reliability of the customers. So as I manage it, I'm looking at the number of priority poles that are coming in, and we're trying to manage that to make sure that we're triaging, because I don't just manage this one book of work, managing many books of work, many different ITNs. So we're prioritizing which ones we want to focus on in order to achieve. So the ones that we've replaced this year, made the most sense from a reliability concern, not necessarily tracking, okay, I'm now at 651 versus 650. We don't manage it that robotically. We manage them in terms of focusing on the customer and specifically focusing on what would have the best benefit for the customer from a reliability perspective.
Okay. And I just want to return to my question, which again was, did you track the number of poles that were being replaced as they were being replaced?
No, as I mentioned, I personally don't look at it as, no, I'm now at 651. I'm looking at it from a total holistic reliability perspective.
Okay. Now, if you could turn, please, to your rebuttal testimony. And I, excuse me, would direct your attention, please, to page 4. And if you could just quickly look over, starting from the top of the page through line 3 on page 5.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you're explaining why the company spent more in 2023 than it planned to spend, correct?
Yes.
And essentially, you mentioned two different reasons. One is the greater number of complex jobs, which you touched on before, and as a result, there were both additional costs in the performance of the work and additional costs in the design element. Is that your testimony?
Well, the biggest, as I read through page 4 again, it talks about the volume. So again, the volume of the polls in terms of inspections and the complexity. I would say those are the two primary drivers: is volume and complexity.
Okay. And I'm not sure I asked this before. How did the company decide to inspect 3,000 more poles than it previously had?
Yeah, we submit our plan. So we have a 10-year plan that we submit, and we break it into different zones so that we could have the most efficiencies with the customer's money. So rather than just blindly making it an even number, we do geographical zones so that our crews that are doing inspections can be much more efficient in the way they do inspections. So that's why it's not an even number every year, but it does range from about 36,000 to 39,000.
Okay. And the plan you're talking about is the reliability plan?
It's the maintenance and inspection plan.
Maintenance inspection plan, okay. The second reason you give for increased costs was that the scope of the project expanded this year to include vegetation management, correct?
Yes.
I want to start with the complexity issue. I think sort of break that down into essentially two pieces. One, the 34 kilovolt pole replacements that require larger machinery, and in some cases required work on adjacent poles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And second, you say that the pole program inspected an area with marshy terrain and a highly dense grouping of poles, and that resulted in a greater number of poles found to be defective. I think we've already discussed this, but this is the planned pole replacement, and it sounds as though the company prioritized a high number of the poles that were inspected in 2023 for replacement in 2023. Correct?
No, that's not correct. What I was trying to mention earlier in this testimony is that it's a function of the volume of poles you inspect. So we inspected 3,000 more poles. So naturally, you're going to identify more poles that need to be replaced if you do a larger volume. And this geographical zone was more complex. So it's not that we prioritized these poles any more than previous years. It happens to be that this happened to be a high volume year, and a year that also included areas that were more challenging to work on. Not only the soil conditions, as we mentioned, marshy, but when you're operating and our employees are operating on 34,000 kilovolts, it's a big difference rather than operating at 13,000 kilovolts. And a combination of those factors, in addition to the vegetation management aspect that you just touched on, were really the drivers here in terms of the increased spend.
Okay. Were any of the 795 poles that the company replaced in 2023 through this project inspected before 2023?
I don't know that. It could have been. It's possible. It's possible.
And for poles that were, those inspection reports would or should have identified marshy soils and other factors concerning the poles, correct?
Yeah, yeah. So when we identify a pole for replacement, yes, we will walk it down and have a design associated with it. So the conditions in which the pole was inspected. But I would note that if it was a carryover into 2023 from 2022, it probably would have been identified very late in 2022 as the inspection. So in terms of submitting the plans and the associated plan for 2023, it wouldn't have been what was filed in MYP 1. We just would have identified it very late in 2022.
Okay. Did the inspections happen year-round?
Yes, as I mentioned, we inspect over a 10-year cycle. The inspections are every year, and they go throughout the year to inspect all of our poles. We inspect each pole in a 10-year cycle and 10% each year.
Okay. And in designing the budget for 2023, again, the company filed a project list in November 2022 for 23, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the budget the company proposed in 2023 was roughly the same as what was in the original plan, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So at the point the company filed that plan, the company wasn't taking into account any conditions concerning marshy soils for the poles that were inspected before 2022. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say it that way. I would say, we took into account all the information that we had at that time in 2022, but in 2023, as for the reasons I stated previously, more poles were identified. And also, the vegetation management aspect that you touched on, we became more innovative in our approaches, our holistic approach to reliability. So I would say in 23, we did start to get smarter about the way that we do this work. So for example, as you mentioned, I came across to BGE in 2022, and one of the best practices, I worked at a company in Philadelphia for 20 years, is to apply those best practices. And one of those is to not just manage planned pole replacement just for the sake of planned pole replacement, but to think about what the total impact will be on reliability. So for example, vegetation management. If my inspectors are out there and they see a tree that's an imminent hazard, to break the facilities, the pole replacement, it is smarter, it is wiser, it is a better use of customers' money to also replace that tree at the same time you're taking the outage. So it also reduces the duration, but it does add to the.
Thank you. I'm going to cut you off there.
Chair Hoover, the witness wasn't finished answering his question.
Yeah, so-
Cut off in the middle of his
Yeah,
testimony.
so let's let him finish his answer, but to the extent you can make it concise, that helps. So.
Yes, thank you. So just to close that piece out, is that part of this is also scope. So when your question was around in 2022, did we know of all the parameters? I would say we knew to the best of our ability at that time. But as we were applying in 2023 better practices to think about reliability more holistically for the customers, we started incorporating vegetation that was a high risk to the customers at the same time as the pole replacement. I think that's an important part of the story.
Okay. Yeah, and I want to turn to vegetation management in just a second. But before we move on, you mentioned the zones that the company inspected. Can you specify exactly where in the company's service territory those were?
I would have to get back to you. I don't know. So we have 10 zones that we do. We do one zone each year. Off of my memory, I don't remember which zone this specifically was in.
It's a contiguous geographic zone somewhere.
It's either contiguous or it's pockets of contiguous. So because this is going on all year, so it doesn't necessarily need to be in the same area, but you try to geographically lump pockets as you're sending out the inspectors, so they don't have to drive all over the place. If you're going to go to this area, we want them to be wise with their resources.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Singh. I want to move on now to vegetation management, which you just touched on a little bit. You say on page 4 of your testimony that use the term bundling. The company is now bundling vegetation management activities with pole replacement under this project. Okay.
Yes.
And I want to understand. I want to make sure I understand what bundling means in this context. It doesn't mean that the same crew that's doing pole replacement is also doing vegetation management activities, correct? It means that a different crew is doing vegetation management at the same time as the first crew is doing pole replacement, correct?
No, yes and no. I mean, I gotta answer this more because they don't do it at the same time. So the process, the way that this would work, is that the inspection, as we've talked about a number of times, would identify that this pole needs to be replaced and would give it a priority. We already mentioned priority 10, 20, 30. So if it's a priority 20, for example, What would happen next is our designer would walk it down. This is not a crew. This is a qualified, trained designer, an individual contributor, if you will. They will walk it down, identify if there's a hazard tree. In this case, we talk about bundling and say, okay, listen, we're going to take this outage for the customer. Let's be smarter about it. So they would first, this designer would first identify a vegetation qualified resource to come out and take out the tree or trees that would be of hazard prior to the construction crew at a very close but later time be dispatched to replace the pole. So they're not happening at the same time, but they're happening planfully in the right sequence so that we can minimize the impacts on the customer.
The impacts on the customers being the outage, is that right?
Well, the outage, and I also think about cost, right? So I think about many things. So I think about the outage, yes, the duration of the outage, the planned outage to replace the pole. I think about the cost associated with if I put in this pole and I know that tree is going to fall. I think about the impact to the customer. And furthermore, in storm conditions, trees are the first thing that fall. So I'm also thinking about the impact in the additional outage, not just the planned outage, to your question, but also the additional long duration outage that they're going to experience in storm conditions. So it's smarter just to get them all done at the same time.
Okay, but again, you're using two separate crews, one for the pole replacement and another for the vegetation management activities.
You have to, yes.
Okay. And you're paying each of those crews, correct? Pursuant to a separate
Yes.
contract. Okay.
Yes, yes.
And on page 4, page 4 of your testimony, line 11, lines 9 to 11, by bundling the vegetation work with the pole replacements, BGE can complete both types of work during the same planned outages, increasing efficiency of crews by addressing multiple issues per site and reducing future customer service disruptions. But there's no increase in efficiency if you're paying both of the crews as you would in any case, correct?
No, there's a tremendous increase of efficiency because that tree's going to fall. If we don't replace that tree at the same time, it's going to fall. It's going to come down, and now I have to send out a new crew. So I got to send out the crew. If I just focused on the old way of doing it, I would just send out a crew to replace the pole. By focusing on the smarter way of doing it, I'm now only sending out the construction crew once versus sending them out now to replace the pole, and then again on overtime in storm conditions to go ahead and replace the pole in an emergent condition where the customer is going to be out longer. So if you look at it very narrowly in this box of this ITN, yeah, I'm paying one crew, but I'm not just thinking about it that way. I'm thinking about the fact that I know that vegetation is the largest cause of interruptions for storms. So I am minimizing the amount of crews I'm sending out.
Okay. Mr. Singh, did you devise this new system, the bundling of the vegetation management with the pole replacement?
Collectively, we all, discussed it, but it was a best practice that's out there in the industry that I would say that certainly I raised up as for consideration.
Okay, it's a best practice. What other utilities are you aware of that do it this way?
Philadelphia Electric Company, for which I worked for 20 years.
That's PICO?
Yes, PICO.
Okay. And is that the way you did it there?
Yes.
Okay. For how long?
I was there for 20 years. I became the vice president of technical services in 2018. So I was there from about 2018 to 2022 when I came here. So I would say for about 4 years.
Okay. And apart from PICO, are you aware of any other utility that bundles this work?
Yeah, Exelon is part of a larger group of companies. I can't directly speak to how they all specifically do it, but I can speak to the fact that it yielded significant benefits in the areas in which it was used. But vegetation management and coupling is something that we talk about at lots of industry groups, peer groups within our own company and outside the company. We're always sharing ideas so that we could all get better.
Understood, but you're not aware of another utility other than PICO that
Yeah.
does it this way?
I'm sure there's many, but if you're asking me to name a specific one right now, I can't give you a specific name right now, but I'm confident that there are many others.
Okay. Now, the company has several vegetation management projects that are about vegetation management, correct?
Yes.
And you oversaw those projects during the company's first multi-year plan, correct?
No, so the vegetation, so no. So the vegetation, if you're talking about all of the vegetation management programs.
On the electric side.
Yes, there is a portion of the vegetation management, the preventative maintenance vegetation that is managed by Laura Wright, who's the Vice President of Technical Services at BGE and a witness here.
Okay. So you don't manage project 61054, vegetation management distribution reactive?
I do not directly manage it, no.
Okay. Are you familiar with those vegetation
Yes,
management programs?
definitely.
Okay, you are. Are you aware that the company's spending on those vegetation management projects was higher than proposed in the company's original multi-year plan?
Yes.
Okay, approximately 5% higher. Does that sound right?
It's a check.
Okay, subject check. I want to talk a little bit, Mr. Singh, about the categories into which the company broke its spending down in Project 61160. They are labor, contracting, material, and other. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
What's the difference between labor and contracting?
Labor is usually referred to as internal labor, and contracting is usually labor that we bring in from the outside.
Okay, usually, but in this particular case, is that what those two terms mean?
That's not my program directly, so I'm subject. I would imagine subject to check.
I'm sorry, what is not your program?
The distribution maintenance trimming program.
I'm sorry, I should have clarified. I'm going back now to
I'm
Project
sorry.
61160, the one that we're discussing
Okay.
today.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So can you ask the question again?
Yeah, sure. The within this project, plan pole replacement, project number 61160, you break down your cost into 4 categories, and those are labor, contracting, material, and other.
Yes.
Okay. And so within this category, is it true that labor means the company's employees and contracting means contractors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Singh, I'm going to show you what I'm marking as OPC 2FR. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me know when you've had a moment to look this over, please.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this is, you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay, this is your response to a discovery question that OPC asked in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're breaking down here the company's costs across these 4 budget categories that we just discussed for both the project we're discussing now, planned pole replacement, which here is described as proactive, and that's the same thing, right? Proactive and planned are the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. And on the one hand, reactive pole replacement, which we'll talk about shortly. If you can look at the box, please, for proactive or planned pole replacement, the company's contracting costs went from $849,000 budgeted to actual spending of $5.2 million, correct?
Yes.
And you discuss in your testimony that this increase is due to the fact that you brought in more contractors because an increased number of jobs in this other project, the reactive or emergent pole replacement, because you had to shift your internal resources that otherwise would be doing the planned pole replacements to the reactive emergent. Is that correct?
Well, no, yes and no. So we shifted them partially to reactive, but there's also a lot of other emergent work buckets of work that I had to shift my internal labor to outside of reactive pole replacement. So I would say partially true in which the resources were shifted to this ITN, but also in addition to this, were also shifted to other emergent areas.
Okay, but you had, in previous years, you had a certain number of internal employees who worked on this pole replacement project, and you shifted a bunch of them out to other stuff, which required you to increase contracting costs for this project, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testify, and then this is page 6 of your testimony, lines 6 to 14. Let me know when you're there, please.
Yes.
Okay. You testified that using contractors had additional benefits other than the pole replacement activities because these contractor crews were available for storm response. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Singh, I'm going to show you what I'm marking as OPC 3FR. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get the last one admitted? Did you get 3FR admitted?
Mr. Singh, have you had a chance to look over this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. This is, again, you recognize this exhibit, correct?
Yes.
This is your response to another discovery question asked by OPC in this case.
Yes.
And here, the question is referring you to the part of your testimony we just discussed. We ask you to provide the number of contractor crews that were used for planned pole replacements and how many of those crews assisted in storm response. And in your response in 2023, you described the number of bid packages awarded. Say the number of crews varies. On average, each bid package will use 2 crews. And then the last sentence is, consequently, we are estimating 28 contractor crews in 2023, and all of them were available for and likely supported storm restoration efforts. Your use of likely supported means you don't actually know. Is that correct?
Well, we do. Well, no, I do know. So these crews that we would have, we call them our contractors of choice. They're the crews that we negotiate and have rates for. They work for us year round. And when we do have storm conditions, we always ask if the storm is large enough to have those contractors, those COCs, stay around for storm, and they do. So I could answer the question, yes, they do stay around for storm response.
They stay around meaning that they're available, correct?
Available and work, not just available.
Okay, but you answered this question likely supported, not that they did work on storm
Well,
restoration.
because they may not support every storm. They'll support storms when they will. If the question is, do they support storms? The answer is clearly yes. If the question is, do they support every storm? Then it's likely they support every storm.
Okay, but your testimony is that during 2023, the year we're here for today, that the crews not only were available for, but actually assisted in storm restoration efforts.
Yes.
Okay. And that was part of their compensation, is that correct? That you paid them for that availability and for those services, correct?
We don't pay them for their availability. We pay them for their service.
And you paid them for any storm restoration activities they did within this project rather than in the company's storm projects. Is that correct?
Can you say that again?
Yeah. Did you pay the contractors for any storm response they did through this budget that we discussed?
No.
No.
If they are working a storm job, there is a different accounting number that they charge. And when they use that storm number, those costs associated with that work would flow to the storm category, not this category.
Okay. And you have two storm categories, correct? One for major storms and one for minor storms.
Yes.
And I know you don't have the numbers in front of you, but I'll represent that in Mr. Frain's exhibit JCF3. The company spent around $26.5 million more for minor storm response than it budgeted in 23. Does that sound right?
Subject to check. Yeah.
Subject to check. And that for major storms, the company spent around $2 million more than it budgeted. Does that sound correct?
Subject to check. Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to go back, please, to the OPC exhibit number 2 FR, and that's the OPC DR 411 with the boxes that show the breakdown of the costs among
Yeah.
these 4 categories.
Mm-hmm.
In your testimony at page 6, you describe the other category as or that the increase in the other category is a result of overhead costs associated with design and planning of the planned pole replacement jobs. Who does that design and planning work?
A group that works for me, our engineering and design organization.
And they're BGE employees.
Yes.
So aren't those costs also being recovered through the labor category?
We do have a lot of the design work done by internal resources, but we also have engineers of choice, which would also go into the contracting category. So designs, if they're more simplistic designs, will be done by internal labor. If they're very complex in nature or the volume is such it's hard, we also engage with contractors that are engineering contractors.
Okay, but you don't capture those costs in either the labor or the contracting categories depending on who performs that work, correct?
Yeah, I think that would
You capture it in the other category.
in the other category,
Okay.
right?
Is there any other work stream that's included in the other category?
I'm not an accountant, but I think there's might be other overhead costs, general administration, facility buildings. There's lots of allocations that sometimes get pushed in here. So I can't say that with certainty that those are the only things in other. There's probably other streams that are flowing through the other category.
But today you're not sure of what those other work streams
Right,
might be?
correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, briefly, Mr. Singh, I want to turn to the other project, which we've already discussed, the project 61161. And that is the so-called, what you describe in your testimony as emergent or reactive pole replacement, correct?
Yes.
Now, I just want to first, well, let me ask first. This project, Project 61161, was not included as a project in the company's original MYP1 multi-year plan application in this proceeding, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know that it was?
I can't answer either way.
Okay. Do you know when this project was created, Project 61161?
I don't.
Are you aware of whether this project was included in the year 2021 work plan that the company filed after the approval of the multi-year plan?
I can't say.
Okay. Now, if I understand, the difference between the planned pole replacement category project and the emergent or reactive pole replacement is that planned pole replacement is done pursuant to these inspections on a 10-year cycle. Company identifies a pole for replacement, assesses it, replaces it, or doesn't. Whereas the emergent or reactive is when the company discovers a pole in the course of doing some other work. Is that correct?
It could also be as part of the pole inspections, if you recall what I mentioned, if it's a priority 10, meaning it has to be fixed now, that would also go to reactive.
Okay. So reactive is more about the timeline on which the pole is replaced
Yeah.
than the process that results in the replacement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you used the terms reactive and emergent interchangeably in your testimony, but those two words mean different things. Isn't that right?
I'll take your word for it. I'm not maybe.
Well-
I mean, yes, they mean the same thing to me, but maybe they mean something different.
Okay. Well, it sounds as though you're saying that in this category, every pole that's replaced is an emergency. Is that?
No.
No. Okay.
No, only the ones that require immediate attention. So we could have a priority 20 that also needs to be replaced, but wouldn't it be reactive or emergent? It could be planned. It could be, so they're different.
Okay. Then through this project 61161, the reactive or emergent, the company will prioritize poles for replacement in the same way as it does in the other projects.
If it's reactive and emergent, we have to replace it now. So we don't have a lot of times as much planning opportunity as we could if it was a project that we could design and plan that would be within the next 6 months.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand is whether there's a different process that leads to the replacement. It sounds like
There is.
if a pole needs to be replaced on an emergent basis, the costs go into this project, and if it doesn't, the costs go into the other project. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But it's the same process that could
No,
lead to
because
both?
the reactive pole replacement project could be there's an outcome of the pole inspection process that we discussed. If it's emergent, it could flow into this, but there's also different feeders into the reactive pole replacement. Say a customer calls and says that they're without power, or there's a concern where a pole breaks on a Friday night because there was a pole hit and some vehicle damaged the pole. So I would say there's many inputs into the reactive pole replacement program. A portion of that input comes from the pole inspection program. So there's some overlap there, but there are other feeders into this program.
Okay. Now, Mr. Singh, in the company's 2023 project list, the company proposed a relatively small budget, around $1 million for this project. Is that correct?
Subject to check.
Subject to check. Okay. And the amount you actually spent on this project in 2023 was $5.4 million approximately, correct?
Yes.
And that's a increase of about 388% subject to check, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you could look again at what I marked as OPC Exhibit 2FR, this is your discovery response that breaks down costs between these two different projects. Second paragraph of your response, you identify that your company replaced 727 jobs through project 61161 in 2023, correct?
I'm sorry, I must be looking at the wrong one. Can you repeat?
Yeah, I'm referring now to, it's OPC Exhibit 2FR, and I don't think I marked it, unfortunately, but it's the OPC DR 411, which was your response to an OPC discovery response. And it's got the two boxes, one that says proactive pole replacement.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you look at the second paragraph of your response, it starts project 61161, and you identify there that the original budget, which you testified was around $1 million, supported 41 jobs, and the actual number of jobs you completed was 727 jobs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that 727 is just a little south of the 795 you replaced through the planned pole replacement project.
Yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Just one last question, Mr. Singh. These 727 poles that were replaced through this project, do you know when they had previously been inspected through the planned pole replacement project?
Just objection. Which project? You said this project. Just
Oh, I'm
to be
sorry.
clear for the
Thank you. Project 61161, the emergent reactive pole replacement. You replaced 727 poles under this project in 2023. Do you know the timeline on which the poles that you replaced on this project were previously inspected under the 61160 project?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but they would probably be inspected at some point over the last 10 years. I know they would have been. But a lot of times pole replacements are not because of the inspection process. They're because of vehicle damages or vegetation damage. So
Okay.
I don't have that number in front of me of when they were inspected.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Department of Defense,
No questions, Chairman.
staff.
Just a couple of questions coming from what Mr. Shebus just asked you. You talked about having 3 priorities pole replacements as a result of the inspection program. That's priority 10, priority 20, priority 30, correct?
Yes.
If you can, do you know what percentage of poles inspected end up being designated priority 10 on average?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay.
We could get back to you.
Yeah, if you would, please. And while you're at it, if you would also include priority 20, priority 30.
Okay.
And are those percentages fairly consistent from year to year, do you know?
Yeah, they're generally consistent, but it does depend on which area we happen to be in. But we can break that down for you in terms of the priority 10s, 20s, and 30s that are generated from the pole inspection process.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Your Honor. OPC would request to move into evidence exhibits OPC 1FR, 2FR, and 3FR.
So admitted.
No objection. No cross. No redirect.
Okay. Commissioner Sushman.
Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Thanks.
I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about the vegetation management work that you're doing for the pole replacement. And do you have a sense of how that breaks down in terms of numbers for let's say the 13 million for the pole replacement? Do you have a sense of what percentage is vegetation management reflected in that number?
I don't have it in front of me, Commissioner Suchman, but we can certainly get that for you.
Okay, and you talked about the bundling of vegetation management with pole replacement. Is this vegetation management in addition to the vegetation management program that has already been included in the budget?
It is different, and the reason why it's different is because our vegetation management program is on a 4-year cycle. So when I have a designer out there and they're planning on doing this pole replacement and they see this tree that's an imminent hazard or danger, I want them to replace it then rather than waiting potentially 4 years for the cycle to come and identify it. So it is different. It is in addition to the traditional vegetation management program. But the real way that we think about that is that tree would have come down in the next storm, and it wouldn't have waited until the vegetation management cycle. It would have been a reactive outage that surely would have been damaged and came down in the next storm that came through.
Right. I think my concern. I'm sort of trying to get a sense of sort of numbers and avoiding duplication of effort, and so the work that's being done under pole replacement for vegetation management is not being reflected in the vegetation management numbers. So on some level, it sort of gets lost, and so I'm mostly just trying to get. And maybe you can kind of go back and sort of get that the percentage number, but also clarifying where this effort fits into the overall vegetation management, because the last thing we want is sort of a duplication of effort.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I would say this has been very challenging across the industry, and where we're all across the entire industry seeing increased storm expenses. And I will tell you, I know that doing vegetation management proactively is the right call and will have benefits in terms of reduced storm expense, despite the fact that storm expenses are increasing. If you look at our storm expenses, they're increasing. So I can't make the direct connection for you now to say, by getting this amount of trees done in 2023, it lowered storm expenses, where in fact you and everybody in this room knows that storm expenses were actually higher because we're seeing more storms.
Actually, my question was more if you're spending the money here on vegetation management, are you then spending it less on the vegetation management program?
We are not. We are not, because that program is a 4-year cycle. It's traditionally focused on trimming. There is a part of the ITNs that are to remove hazard trees too. So there are dollars in that program to remove hazard or strategic trees. But what I'm talking about here as part of the pole replacement is it's more than trimming. It's seeing the tree, knowing that it's going to fail, and taking it out at the same time. So it is beyond the traditional trimming program, and saying, listen, this tree, a lot of times it's out of right of way. It's not even our tree. And we have to get agreement from the customer when we do this additional scope. And what we tell them is like, let us get it out now, because, it's going to fail. It's going to not only harm our facilities, but also cause great expense for the homeowner at the same time. So we're very successful in those instances of getting the customers to understand, because they can see it's failing too, or once we bring it to their attention, they can see it. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the spirit.
And I actually understand the efficiency of that. I mostly just from sort of a program perspective, I was just trying to sort of understand where that fits into the overall vegetation management program.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I don't know if that was so that's it supports, it does. So if the traditional vegetation management program was going to do a strategic tree, there could be some overlap there where we're taking it out planfully as part of the pole inspection program, but there's so many trees out there, and we have thousands and thousands of miles of facilities. A lot of times it takes a prolonged dedication to doing what we know is the right thing to do for it to really show up in the numbers and to harden the system for storms.
Okay, so I guess so really it's my sort of first question is the percentage of spend that's focused on vegetation management, and then also just if you could sort of go back and look to see if there's some duplication of effort, because we want to avoid that.
Yes.
So
understood.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, and largely the question was asked and answered, but again, I'm just trying to understand if there's overlap between the pole replacement programs and the vegetation management programs. So when you're sending the crews out, they're largely out there for pole replacement. When we're looking at the contracting lines for both the reactive and the proactive, does that include, do those contracting the vegetation management
do.
crews as well as the pole replacement?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And then at other times, just in the weatherization program, I'm sorry, I keep calling it weatherization, the vegetation management programs, are these the same crews that would also be out on those programs as well?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So are they being, I guess, pulled off of the regular vegetation management program for pole replacement, or is that just?
It would, we utilize the same resources, but we do it in a planful way, so it doesn't harm the traditional vegetation management program. So we work with our vendors, and we lay out the amount of work that needs to be done in the next week, month, and then we plan our resources accordingly to accomplish both. And so that's how we do it. We're using the same resources.
Okay, yeah, I think you covered it, but I think I share this same concern that is there a are these really an efficient way to do this, or are there is there duplication of efforts, and are we I guess paying twice for some of these crews? So it's just kind of a lingering question I have in my head as well. So
I don't know if it helps if I could just expound. Not only if we take out a hazard tree during this program, we won't have to take it out during the traditional programs because it'll be removed. So I could assure you, in terms of the tree that was removed that was a hazard, we're not going to remove it twice, so there won't be duplication there. In addition, I always not just the cost of the crews, not just the cost of the tree of the removal. I think about the cost of the pole. A lot of times our poles are supposed to last 50 years. And the customer's paying for that this pole is supposed to last 50 years. But if I put a brand new pole in there and I see that tree that's going to come down and break it in a couple, I think we're being very unwise with our customers' money. So not only the additional costs that were brought up here, but the other piece I want to mention is our customers pay for the full life of that asset. And I want it to sustain that long. And it's hard for that to show up in a year-over-year 2022 versus 2023, but I know it is a better use of our customers' money, and I understand your questions. They're really good questions, and we will continue to wrestle with how to ensure that we could represent that in a way that's clear.
Okay, no, I appreciate that because again, I think we've always been very supportive here of a solid, robust vegetation management program, which I understand is a 4-year cycle. So I was just trying to understand again, when you're out also doing pole replacement, how did some of these dangerous trees get, I guess, missed in the regular cycle? Because there does seem to be a pretty big jump in contracting cost in 2023. So So I don't mean for you to continue to re-answer my question, but it is something that.
Well, you just did trigger a different. Just maybe this would be helpful. Additional thought is those traditional programs are primarily focused on trimming, whereas in here we're taking out the trees. So that could be so where it's different and distinct. And when we look at the trees that come down in storms, a majority of them are what we call off right away, not on our right away, on our customers right away. So as I mentioned when I was talking to Commissioner Suchman's question, is that we're being more proactive in working with the customers that are off right away, even to think about their own personal burden that they would have to face if that tree comes down. So that's holistically how we think. I don't think about it as duplication. I think about it as being more proactive.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Singh.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barvey.
Mr. Chairman, everyone has read my mind and asked my questions, so I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So, you use an outside vendor to do the pole inspections, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you only look at some of them. So, do you tell the vendor where to go look, or does the vendor figure out which poles to look at, or?
No, so we actually inspect every pole, but we do it over 10 years. So if you look at a pole, you will know that BGE pole has been inspected once every 10 years. So then we take, there's 390,000 poles, and then we divide them up into approximately 10% a year. We at BGE determine where the inspections are going to take place. We also work with them to say, or the vendor to say, this is our prioritization. This is what you need to look for in terms of coding it as a priority 10, 20, or 30. So we're driving the areas in which they're going. We are mandating the areas they're going. We're also giving them the criteria of which to put a prioritization code on it. So that's what we're providing to our inspectors. They give us the output of those inspections.
And do the firms that do the inspection also do the replacement?
No, they're different.
Two separate ones.
Yes, yeah.
But you use outside contractors to replace poles as well?
We do. Internal and external, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so I guess my final question is, in the situations where one of your poles gets knocked down through an auto accident,
Yep.
not a storm where you got a bunch,
Yep.
but just an individual pole gets knocked down, is that an outside vendor that does that, or internal folks? Or is it-
We go to internal first, and if there, we do pre-staffing for different events. Sometimes it's hard to pre-staff for pole hits, but we do see trends. We're on weekend nights. We do see larger volumes of pole hits or on celebratory events. So we work to staff internally to answer your question. But when the volume that's coming in exceeds our internal capabilities, we have those contractors of choice I mentioned previously, who will go to help us respond.
Okay. And you had mentioned earlier that, and I know this from the depreciation parts of the rate cases, that poles are supposed to last a long, long time. They have these, quote, long lives.
Yes.
If I remember right, the depreciation experts that you hire also do examination.
They do.
So the contractors you use, are they part of that process, or are they two separate?
They're separate process. The depreciation, I'll refer to witness Frin on that, but I can tell you they're separate. So the inspections we're using are field qualified workers who have worked in this industry in different parts. We hire them, and they're literally just doing inspections. So they would not get into the any parts of the depreciation aspects of it.
Okay.
Just one other, we were looking at this reactive pole replacement category, which seemed to have a big jump from the budgeted to the actuals. Are vehicle strikes, is that a big percentage of those?
They are a substantial percentage, but the biggest reason for the jump in reactive has been storms. So
Storms, okay, not accidents.
not accidents, but one of these things, we call it gray sky storms, because as the OPC was asking the question earlier, we have two buckets of storms, minor storms and major storms. But there's also this other bucket that a lot of people miss. There's stormy weather that never qualify to be a storm. And even what we call gray sky days, when those events just naturally occur on the system, it's not a storm. It doesn't go to the storm bucket. It doesn't go to the major storm bucket. It doesn't even go to the minor storm bucket. It'll go to reactive pole replacement. So it didn't reach any of the triggers to be called a storm, but we're just seeing so many more storms.
I see, got it. And then with the accidental, the pole strikes, do you seek to try to recover any of those costs from insurance companies or for the?
We do have a claims process that is utilized for recovery.
Great, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Hoover, the company calls its next witness, Ms. Dawn White.
Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your business address.
Dawn White, DAWNWHITE. My address is 1699 Leadenhall Street. That's in Baltimore, Maryland, 21230.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. White.
Good morning.
Can you please state for the record your business title?
Yes, it's the Vice President of Gas.
Thank you. Ms. White, do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Rebuttal Testimony of Dawn C. White on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated September 6, 2024, consisting of 27 pages and 0 exhibits?
Yes.
Chair Hoover, I'd like to have the rebuttal testimony of Ms. White marked for identification purposes as BGE Exhibit 2FR.
Actually, I think it's 3.
Oh, or
Because,
3?
yeah, because we did, the witness who didn't testify was number 1.
Okay,
so.
thank you. That's all right. Ms. White, was this testimony prepared by you directly or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony that you'd like to make?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, as they appear in your rebuttal testimony, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Did you answer the questions in your rebuttal testimony to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
With that, Chair Hoover, I'd like to have BG Exhibit 3FR moved into the evidentiary record.
So admitted.
And with that, Ms. White is available for cross-examination.
OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. OPC has some questions. Good morning, Ms. White. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
Good.
You became Vice President of Gas in 2021, is that right?
Yes, in November of 2021.
November 2020. So, sort of like Mr. Singh, you were in your current position for roughly 2/3 of the company's first multi-year plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could open your testimony, please, to page 3.
Okay.
In this page, you're first just sort of recapping some of what Mr. Fitzhenry testifies to in his direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you note that Mr. Fitzhenry observed that the company spent $79 million more on gas capital work than was in the company's original MYP filing. You don't dispute that number, do you?
No.
Okay. And you don't dispute that amounted to an increase of around 19% increase?
Overall, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you don't mention it in your testimony, but you've read Mr. Fitzhenry's direct testimony, obviously, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that Mr. Fitzhenry determined that BG's end-of-year 2023 rate base was 18.9% higher than the rate base embedded in the company's approved revenue requirement for its first multi-year plan. Is that your understanding?
I'd say subject to check.
Subject to
But,
check. And you don't dispute that percentage, do you?
Can you point to me where, because, when it comes to some of the percentages that Mr. Fitzhenry provided, he summarized percentages versus looking at actual numbers to be able to come up with percentages. So I want to be able to make sure I understand where you're pointing to.
Well, I guess I'll just ask you this. You didn't anywhere in your rebuttal testimony take issue with Mr. Fitzhenry's conclusion regarding the variance in rate base. Is that correct?
I'd say yes, that's correct.
And in this reconciliation proceeding, the company's asking for an additional $78.3 million revenue requirement on the gas side, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could turn, please, to page 5 of your testimony. And look at lines 1 through 9, please. I'll give you a moment.
Okay.
Okay. You say that BGE's gas work is, quote, often managed at the business level, particularly in the operational categories I oversee. Can you explain what you mean by the business level, please?
Yep. So we have several categories that we look at in terms of being able to manage work. Some of those include corrective maintenance or system performance, and so those would be the categories that I'm considering.
Okay, but when you say at a business level, what is the alternative to managing at a business level?
I'm not sure that there was intended to be an alternative. It was just to state that we manage it to our business categories
Okay. Now,
and ITNs.
okay. If you could turn, please, to page 18 of your testimony.
Okay.
Well, I think I wrote down the wrong page number, but at some point in your testimony, you used the term collective management. Is that correct?
I'd have to see because
Yeah.
I'm not.
Let me try to find it.
Okay.
What page is it? That's 17, I'm sorry, it's page 17. And we're looking at line 13. If you could look at your answer starting on page, or line 11 on page 17.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
And could you explain, please, what you mean by managing something collectively? Is that the same thing as managing it on a business level?
No, so the one thing that this specific section was to clarify, so if you look at the first line 11 and line 12, it actually talks about several other projects as well. When we actually filed, so keep in mind, we went from the end of Stride, our Stride 2 filing into MYP 2, which is now the MYP that we're currently in. 2023 was the end of that MYP year, or that Stride year. And the key was to be able to make sure that we looked at our projects holistically to understand what projects would come to an end in 2023 specifically. The benefit of that is making sure that we had a clean separation between Stride and MYP. So the reason why we looked at these projects collectively is we created a new ITN, one that would actually be able to capture which projects would come to an end in 2023 so that they would clearly be included as a part of Stride. And then some of those projects would then move into 2024 because they were started in 23 but not finished in 23. So the reason why we look at it collectively is to be able to make sure that we had one budget, that we were managing to the $150 million, but being able to have multiple ITNs over the course of the budget.
Okay. So when you have multiple projects that cover, some either the same or overlapping subject matter, like the 3 projects we're talking about here. I'll ask you some specific questions about those projects later. Collective management means you sort of focus on the overall spend on the issue or the project that the commission has authorized, and you manage the projects that cover that issue as though effectively they're a single project. Is that correct?
Multiple projects, right? I mean, because Operation Pipeline or Stride is a combination of multiple projects that were managed under several different ITNs, specific to being able to make sure that we're collectively managing to the dollars we were approved for overall.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
If you could go back, please, to page 5 of your testimony.
Okay. I am there.
And at line 5, you say, over the course of time, BGE's gas business has to react to various changes, such as regulatory or safety issues, and this may cause more spend on one project while lessening spend on another to balance resources and budgets. And as an example of a regulatory change that caused a difference in the company's spending, later on this page you mentioned the Flower Branch Act, correct?
Yes.
Were there any other changes in the law, whether on the General Assembly level or on the Commission level, that you would group into this regulatory bucket?
And I'm just trying to think. I can't say no, but nothing that's coming to mind.
Yeah, you
right
didn't
at this
mention any
moment.
other in your testimony. I just want to see if there are any that you're aware of.
Nothing that specifically comes to mind.
Okay. And Ms. White, I want to talk to you a little bit about leak repair. You spend a significant portion of your testimony discussing 2 different leak repair projects, and those are Project 60523, and that's capital leak repair, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other leak repair project is Project 60515, and that's operations and maintenance, or O&M leak repair, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I want to start with the capital leak repair project, that's 60523. Are you familiar with the budgets that the company proposed, or the revised budgets that grew out of the Commission's approval of the company's first multi-year plan for this project?
I'd say generally, I don't have the numbers memorized.
If I represent to you that in the compliance filing that the company made on February 12th, 2021 with a revised project list, that the company's proposed 2021 budget was $32.1 million. Does that sound correct? Subject to check?
I'd have to check.
Okay. And in 2022, the company's proposed budget was $27.7 million. Does that sound correct? Subject to check?
Subject
Okay.
to check.
And for 2023, the year we're talking about now, the company's proposed budget was $26 million. Is that correct?
Subject to check.
Okay. Now, the company's actual spending on this project, capital leak repairs, was greater in each year of the multi-year plan than those proposed budgets, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And I can show it to you if you need your memory refreshed, but I'll represent that in your testimony in the second multi-year plan. An exhibit to your testimony included the actual spend for 2021 and 2022. Do you remember preparing such an exhibit?
I do remember there being an exhibit, not familiar with the exact number.
Yeah, and if I represent to you that the actual 2021 spend that the company that you mentioned in that exhibit was $33.1 million, does that sound correct, subject to check?
Subject to check.
Okay, and that would be about a $1 million variance from the proposal, subject to check. Now, 2022, the company's actual spend on this capital leak repairs project was approximately $35 million. $35 million. Does that sound correct, subject to check?
Subject to check.
And that would be an approximately $8 million variance from the proposed budget for 2022, correct? Subject to check?
Yes.
Okay. And for 2023, again, this is the year we're here for today, the company's actual spend on this project was $42 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a $16 million variance from the original $26 million budget, correct? Subject to check?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. White, I'm going to mark OPC Exhibit 4FR. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Ms. White, I'll give you a moment to look this over.
Okay.
Okay. Are you familiar with this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. This is your response to a data request that OPC asked you in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And in your response, you identify the leak repairs that the company did within this project, capital leak repairs, for the years of the multi-year plan, correct?
Yes.
And in 2021, the company repaired 3,725 leaks. In 2022, 3,584, and 2023, 3,462, correct?
Yes.
So in each year of the multi-year plan, the number of leaks repaired on this project went down, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in each year of the project, as we discussed, the company's spending went up, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I provide some context to that?
Your attorneys will enable you to do that on redirect.
Okay.
Thank you. And I will go on to ask you about the explanation you provide in your testimony, which is,
Okay.
yeah, so you'll get a chance. Now I want to turn to the other leak repair project, which is O&M leak repair, and that's projects, again, 60515. And so the same question, subject to check, would you agree that the company's original proposed budget for this project for 2021 was $24.4 million.
Yes.
And
Subject to check.
subject to check that the company's original proposed budget for this project in 2022 was $21.5 million.
Yes, subject to check.
And subject to check that, or we're talking about 2023, the company's proposed budget for 2023 was $17.9 million, correct?
Yes, subject to check.
Subject to check, thank you. Now, so the company proposed a budget that went down each year of the first multi-year plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in fact, the company during the 3 years of the multi-year plan spent between $31 and $34 million a year on this project, correct? Subject to check?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I'm going to mark OPC 5FR for identification purposes. Your Honor, I may approach again. Ms. White, let me know when you've had a chance to look at this.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And this, again, is a response that you sponsored to a data request that OPC asked in this case. And this response includes your breakdown of the repair activities that the company conducted under this project, the O&M leak repairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for 2021, the number is 4,115. For 2022, it's 3,330. And for 2023, it's 3,065, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So again, in each year of the multi-year plan, the number of repair activities conducted by the company decreased.
Yes.
Now, going to give you a chance now to talk a little bit about, the reasons for this. In your testimony, as I understand it, you offer basically two justifications for this dynamic, which we're seeing in both of these projects. On the one hand, increasing or flat costs, and on the other hand, a lower number of repair activities. And on the one hand, you say it has to do with the complexity of the repairs, and that has mostly to do with the size of the pipelines that these repair activities concerned. Is that correct?
A combination of things, but yes, size of the pipeline has played a part because that's where we saw more leaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are some of the other factors?
So depending on, once you start to identify where we have leaks on our system, and what we found was a lot of our piping, especially for that 12-inch and larger, we had a lot more leaks. So when you actually look at the overall, yes, it went down. But when you look at those larger pipes and larger diameter pipes specifically, we had more and more leaks when you actually break it down. The one thing a lot of times when you start to identify and perform the work, you have larger holes that you have to dig, so that would then create, increased complexities because then you have to have more extensive shoring that you put in place. So there are a number of things that it's not just look at one single job. You have to look at that job and really understand what's the actual work. We also saw when you look at these categories in particular, a number of these leaks turned into larger main replacement type jobs. And so there's a number of things that then contribute to what complexity will actually mean.
Now, you've read Mr. Fitzhenry's rebuttal in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of his analysis showing that the percentage of large gas main repairs that the company conducted increased only 5.9% in 2023 relative to the previous 4 years, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
And I need to check because I believe what you're referring to is on page 26 of his rebuttal.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Yep. And so based on this, yes, that would be accurate.
And he also concluded that the percentage increase in the number of cast iron pipeline repairs increased by only 4% over that same period, correct?
I think that's what he noted, yeah.
All right, Ms. White, I'm gonna move on to what we were talking about in this sort of collective management discussion. There are three different projects that the company had during this multi-year plan that concerned pipeline replacement, correct? And those are Project 60677, which is classified as BGE Operation Pipeline, Project 86320, which is also classified as BGE Operation Pipeline, and project number 58034, which is classified as centrally managed gas main replacements. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, project 60677 was a project in the company's original multi-year plan application, correct?
Yes.
And project 86320, which is also an Operation Pipeline, that was not a part of the company's original application, correct?
No, it was not.
Okay. When was that project created, project 86320?
It was created in 2023, and it was driven by our transition from Stride to the MYP, and being able to make sure that we had the clear projects. So it's what I mentioned before, having projects that were coming to an end be included in one specific category. And those projects would have been included in 60677.
Okay. But, and that project was created after the company filed its second multi-year plan, correct?
I can't remember exactly when it was created from that perspective.
If I represented to you that project 86320 is not mentioned in the company's MYP2 application, do you have reason to disagree with that?
I don't have reason
Okay.
per se, but it would be subject to check.
Okay. Ms. White, if we could turn please to your testimony on page 24. Actually, starting on page 23. And I'm looking at lines 16 through 21 on page 23.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in this part of your testimony, you're discussing Mr. Fitzhenry's conclusion in his direct testimony that BGE's cost per mile for pipeline replacement in Project 58034 was approximately $96 million, correct?
Yes, that's what he mentions.
Okay. And you don't disagree with that $96 million per mile number, do you?
I do disagree with it.
Okay. Please explain.
Yep. And so the way in which he calculated this was based on our number of completed miles that we had for 2023. The one challenge for 2023, as you all are familiar, we had a TRO last year that delayed our ability to be able to complete specifically service work. What we were able to move forward with and what we had to make sure we looked at holistically was how do we make sure that we continue the work that we knew, one, was critical for us to continue to begin, and one, when we were able to begin it. And so we started quite a bit of main specific work. So when we look at our TRO in particular, I mean, there's, I'll say, 4 different categories of work that we look at in being able to complete a job specific to Operation Pipeline. One is being able to actually do the main installation and be able to gas up that new main, then being able to complete service work, then actually transitioning off of the old main and abandoning that old main, and then closing up the job itself. The one thing that he refers to is the completion of work specific to the miles we were able to complete, which would have been actually transitioning and abandoning the miles or abandoning the pipeline. We weren't able to abandon quite a bit of work that we had started because of the TRO, which is why I don't disagree.
And just for the court reporter,
Why I disagree.
TRO is the acronym for Temporary Restraining Order, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're referring to the case regarding the gas regulator replacement? Okay.
Yes.
Correct. So you're not disputing that $96 million is an accurate number for the miles of main abandoned. You're basically saying Mr. Fitzhenry took that out of context because although you didn't abandon as many lines as you had proposed, you were doing other work at the same time, correct?
Yes, and it's not that we didn't abandon it in that year in terms of actually completing the work. Once the TRO was lifted, we were able to continue that work. So you have to really take a step back and look at it as a whole. So I still disagree with the way in which he contextualized that number.
Okay. So in these cases, I want to make sure I understand. At page 24, lines 16 through 24. If you could look at that quickly.
Okay.
Okay. And I think this is the written testimony that, recaps some of what you were just describing, how at the time that the TRO was in place, the company continued to perform work that was not prohibited by the TRO, and that included lines 18 and 19, main installation and gas up to put new main into service, as well as permitted service work. So you were putting new mains in service at the same time as the old mains remained in place, correct?
Yes, which is our typical process.
Okay.
Yes.
So during those periods, you were running two mains at the same time, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Because there was a lot of work being performed.
Well, potentially or actually?
I think in some cases, yes, and in some cases, the work was actively being performed to be able to actually install the main and perform the gas up.
Okay. But just in terms of procedure, when the company is putting in a new main, but there are customers who remain connected to the old main, you can run them both at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. And you did that at least in some cases in 2023.
Yes.
And in those instances, both of those mains were plant in service, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And in some cases, we also had customers that had transitioned. We were able to transition from one main to the other, and we needed to make sure we kept those customers in service. We also didn't have the specific time frame. We knew that the work one was critical for us to perform, and that at some point we would be able to move forward with being able to perform that work. So having that in place was critical in terms of our ability to appropriately manage the system and make sure that we are operating appropriately.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor, please. Thank you, Ms. White. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Ms. White.
Department of Defense,
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
staff.
Good morning, Ms. White.
Good
I'm
morning.
Michael Dean, one of the staff attorneys. I just have one set of questions as a follow-up to what you just responded to with the Office of People's Counsel. On page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, you discussed whether any regulatory changes or safety issues may have affected spending on some projects. And your testimony notes the Flower Branch Act as one of these changes. Are you aware of a Public Service Commission regulatory change during the MYP period that required the use of professional engineers or qualified personnel for the review of gas repair work or modifications?
I do remember something about it, but I don't remember the specifics.
With that, are you aware whether this regulatory change caused any changes to the management of projects at Baltimore Gas and Electric?
And I'm just trying to remember specifically, but if I remember correctly, it required us to be able to have professional engineers sign certain drawings. We have a number of professional engineers on staff. We also look at, how do we make sure we are able to appropriately sign drawings, but also even utilize our contractors for being able to complete certain work. So I don't know that I don't remember it shifting anything specific based on us already having a number of resources in place.
Thank you. Staff has no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. White, just real quick on what Mr. Dean was just talking about. You say you recall generally the subject he was discussing.
The professional engineers.
Do you recall if that had anything to do with the Merrimack Valley incident in Massachusetts?
Yes. Yes.
That help jog your memory about what that requirement was all about?
Slightly, but it's not coming directly. I do know, that incident required a number of different changes across the industry as a whole. But being able to have specific resources, sign drawings, there are some requirements associated with that, but I can't recall the specifics.
Okay, and that incident took place before you became Vice President of Gas, is
It
that
did.
correct?
It did, in Massachusetts.
Sticking with that topic, Counsel for OPC, when they first started your cross-examination, referenced your surrebuttal, page 5, again about these changes in regulations, safety or otherwise related. Do you recall that
Yes.
conversation? And I think you said at the time, I know there were some changes, but I don't recall all of them other than the Flower Branch Act, correct?
Yes.
Was there any changes at the federal level with, for example, PHMSA, with rules that PHMSA
Yep.
implements?
So one change, and it probably would have been in that time frame, is the call to action to be able to specifically replace outmoded infrastructure. For us, our outmoded infrastructure is largely our cast iron and bare steel. And so the call to action, and even last week, I think in an order to, or in a communication to to Congress, PHMSA actually reiterated their call to action to be able to, the safest way to address leaks on cast iron is to eliminate cast iron and move to other forms, largely plastic.
Okay. What about on the transmission pipeline? PHMSA have any rules
They did.
associated with that?
And they issued a final rule for us to be able to, and I'm just trying to recall the specific requirement, but specifically for gas transmission, we have a requirement to be able to look at all of our, it has to be TVC, which is traceable, verifiable, and complete, and anything that did not meet those specific requirements. We have until 2035 to 100% remediate that specific, those requirements or that pipeline that doesn't meet the requirements. And we have till 2028 to remediate 50% of that.
Okay, and that's at the federal level.
And that's at
correct?
the federal level.
Okay, how about at the state and local level? For example, paving standards?
Paving
Would that be
standards.
something that would impact the companies?
Yep, and jurisdictions, all are slightly different and have different requirements, but there were a number of standards that changed associated with paving specifically, and in many cases, to be able to actually replace larger amounts of paving when we do any disturbance of road in particular. And I'd say Baltimore City is definitely one of those locations that had different requirements than previously.
And what about on the state level, the Climate Solutions Now Act, which this commission has a lot of involvement in. There's some environmental concerns associated with that law, correct?
Yes, and so the requirement is for, within the state of Maryland, to be able to address and reduce climate emissions by 60% by 2031 and 100% to net zero by 2045. And so, we have goals internally to be able to work to meet those as well.
So what is the company doing to help meet those goals?
Well, there's a lot that we're doing across the entire organization, but I'll speak specifically about gas. And some of that is how do we work to mitigate. One is being able to replace the infrastructure, specifically when we think of our cast iron infrastructure. Being able to replace that automatically has a direct impact of having less emissions. But there's also a number of innovations that we're looking at across the organization that really are being looked at from an industry perspective as well. But one is we implemented and discussed at the last rate case hearing or MYP hearing, but ZVAC, which is our zero emissions vacuum. We actually, instead of emitting gas into the atmosphere when we do replacement work on pipe, we would then utilize the ZVAC to be able to absorb that gas. And instead of, like I said, emitting it into the atmosphere, it would then be injected into a usable pipe that we would be able to utilize effectively. We also have a renewable natural gas facility, one that is actively connected to our system. And this is being able to then take methane that would have otherwise been emitted into the atmosphere and being able to absorb that methane and apply it to our system, which natural gas is largely made up of. We also have a pilot right now that we're looking at for hydrogen, where we're looking at a hydrogen blending pilot that we would have some small percentage blended in with natural gas that would then also have a direct impact on helping to reduce emissions. So a number of things that we're working to improve, I'd say even beyond the gas organization. It is looking at the vehicles that we have, and we have a goal to be able to change over vehicles from gasoline-powered vehicles to battery-powered. As well as, looking at our building emissions and just making a number of reductions overall.
So would all these examples that you're providing, would they be some reasons for increases in BGE's capital and O&M expense since when estimates were first submitted in the MYP1?
Yep, absolutely. And, just a number of different things that we're continuing to look at to make sure we're meeting these goals. But also when I look at MYP1, I mean, when you think of the time frame in which we were doing a lot of these calculations, which would have been 2019 into 2020, I mean, this is really right at the start of the pandemic. And if you look at inflation and what that has been over the last 3 years, it's significant. So when we think of our labor costs, material costs, the cost of paving, all those things lead into the increased costs that we've seen over the last 3 years, but specifically in 23.
Thank you for that. Next, I want to turn your attention to what was marked as OPC Exhibit 4FR. That was the response that you sponsored to OPC's DR question 418. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
And recall Mr. Sybis walked through with you this table that indicates repair activities associated with the Capital Leaks Repair Project decreased over the period of 2021 to 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
But he also asked you about confirming that the costs increased in that same period, 2021 to 2023.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Sybis said that I would get an opportunity to ask you to explain that difference. Could you please do that at this time? Why did the numbers go down but the costs went up?
Yep. And so I think a number of different reasons. So first, yes, the great thing that we're doing based on the work that we are performing in terms of that infrastructure replacement, we are seeing less and less leaks on the system, which is definitely beneficial, and it just reinforces why that work is critical. But in terms of the increases in leaks, when you actually looked at, and I kind of referenced this earlier, but when you look at our larger pipe, so look at 12-inch and higher, all the way up to 42 inches, we actually saw, when you look in the grand scheme of things, an increase in comparison to the prior years, where we, at the time when we did our estimates, we were expecting to see a bit of a decrease. And so when you look at that, that's one of the key drivers. We also talked a little bit about complexity of the work. And when you think about the complexity and the types of challenges that we dealt with in terms of, being able to dig up larger holes, having increased shoring, that also played a bigger part. But we also started to talk through the increased costs specifically that we saw around labor, materials, and when you think about those things in particular, that is what really drove up the costs in terms of what we're seeing in terms of leaks. So while leaks overall decrease, the cost to perform work and cost PERS increased, and that's where the drivers are.
Okay, thank you. And similarly, can you turn to what was marked as OPC Exhibit 5FR? This was a data response you sponsored in response to OPC Data Request 04-27. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
And again, recall Mr. Sybis walked you through the table here, noting that repair activities associated with that project had decreased over that 2021 to 2023 time period, but costs had increased. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation
And it,
for those trends?
Yep, and it would be similar to what, I mentioned, because the prior submission was capital, this is O&M, but we saw the same trends. The cost to be able to perform work, continue to increase. And so it's something that, we continue to manage. But again, having less and less leaks on the system, hugely valuable. But the cost to be able to manage that appropriately continue to increase.
Thank you for that. Do you, turning next, do you remember the conversation you had with counsel for OPC about Mr. Fitzhenry's metric of $96 million per mile?
Yes.
Do you know, does OPC witness Fitzhenry, did he include incomplete jobs when he made that calculation?
Yes.
And do you believe that's appropriate to include incomplete jobs in determining that metric?
No, I think it's important that we look at the full completion of work to be able to understand that cost.
Okay, why would it be a bad idea, in your opinion, to include incomplete jobs?
Yeah. And so the reality is, what he did calculate was kind of the partially completed job. Not looking at the full job doesn't tell the full picture of then what the value was in terms of to the customer specifically. By being able to, if you were to be able to look at the work that we completed this year, we're completing and we're on track to complete over 55 miles in comparison to, the 42 and a half. And a lot of that is driven by the work that we were able to start last year and then be able to continue to do the service work associated with that main infrastructure installation. So it's important that we continue to make sure you look at the big picture in terms of work that started versus work that's completed, not just what we had completed at that point in time at the end of the year.
Thank you. Can you turn to Mr. Fitzhenry's rebuttal on page 26? Do you have that up there? A copy
Yes.
of his rebuttal with you? And specifically Table 1, do you recall counsel for OPC asking you questions about Table 1?
Yes.
And he referenced the total 5.9% change, the total in the lower right part of that Table 1, when you're considering all the different main diameters. Do you see that?
Yes.
But then he also noted that the cast iron percentage change was just 4%. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then down below, where Mr. Fitzhenry is basically interpreting the data in his view from Table 1, he's saying these marginal increases in the number of repairs for, quote, complex repair jobs is not significant enough to justify the $16 million increase in capital expense for gas leak repairs. Do you agree with that statement?
No, I don't.
Can you explain why you don't agree with that?
Yep. And the one thing is, like I mentioned before, when you look at these larger jobs or larger main diameter jobs, we had an increase in 12-inch by 6%, and 16-inch by 4%, 20-inch by 7.5%, 24-inch, and this is the last one I'll call it, by 35%. Right, but when you look at like the bigger and bigger jobs, these are the ones that had the more complexity and the increased complexity. But this is also where we saw our largest spend on this. And so you really can't look at it and just a single, here's my total numbers and here's what this increase is. It really is a matter of digging in deeper and understanding what actually were the increases and the impact of those.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, could I move into evidence, please, OPC 4FR and OPC 5FR? I neglected to do that before.
So admitted. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it still morning? Still. I guess it's
Just
afternoon. Yeah, just a couple questions. I think we talked about it, but one of the recommendations from Mr. Fitzhenry is disallow the $12.5 million, and that was related to that period for the technical restraining order and the work, I would say, that didn't get done during that period of time. As you look at the way MYP's work, so the money was coming in, you were collecting it in rates, but the work was not able to get done as expected in 2023. So hopefully, we're catching up now. But does BGE take any responsibility for that at all? The fact that the citizens went to court because they felt that there was an inconsistent process going on at that point, that some households were being given an opportunity to vent outside, others inside. Certain parts of town seem to be treated differently than others and different standards. So do you feel BGE, again, during that period of time, did collect in rates money that they really were not entitled to because, again, of the technical restraining order?
Yep.
Or temporary restraining
Yep.
order?
And so I think your question is two parts. One, should we be able to recover? And then
Yeah, just as a fairness, because this is reconciliation.
Yep.
Okay, and you're going back now and telling the ratepayers like, oh, we didn't collect enough money last year, and for these reasons. So some of those citizens were involved because they were not very happy with BGE, the way they were carrying out that program. So since we're just talking about $12.5 million, I mean, it's...
I look at that as the first question, and then you were talking about lessons learned a little bit, and did we learn anything from it? And so,
if you want to get into that,
I
but
mean,
I'm really more just about
in terms of
whether or
being
not
able
this
to-
is a fair disallowance or
Yeah.
not. That's
but I do think we have the right to be able to recover it. And when we looked at one, we fully understand kind of where the customers were. There was a lot of communication and engagement with the customers, even that I had personally with them, to be able to help them understand our perspective, right? Because we still saw that regulators being on the outside is the safest option. But in terms of being able to perform the work was done. We were able to continue with actually being able to complete a lot of the main installation work, which was absolutely critical in terms of being able to manage this infrastructure, be able to do the replacement. The time was delayed slightly, in terms of being able to complete this work. But like I mentioned, we were able to come into this year and be able to actively move forward with all of those service replacements, which the main installation was a key part of us being able to move forward with that service replacement work. So I'd have to say yes, and I know John Frin, who is, from an accounting perspective, can be able to provide more context to some of that, but I'd say yes.
okay. No other questions.
Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to Commissioner Richards' questions. You're basically, I think I heard you say that you performed all that work, or the vast majority of that work having to do with the TRO. Is that, did I hear you correctly?
In terms of this year being able to complete the service work?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sussman.
And now we can say good afternoon. And how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. So I wanted to actually talk to you a little bit about ZVAC. I was really intrigued when we spoke about it in the second MYP. You were seeking PIMs for it, which we rejected, but we did talk about the value of ZVAC. So at the time of the initial proposal, how many ZVAC machines were in place? Do you remember?
I think we had 3.
Okay, and then how many do you have now?
I think we still have about the same amount. We still have 3. I don't think we made any additional purchases.
Okay, are there plans to purchase additional machines?
I'd need to look and see, what's actually in the plan. None that stands out, but we continue to utilize it, right? I mean, and utilize the ZVAC on as many jobs as possible in terms of being able to make sure that, because there's certain requirements that have to be met to be able to utilize the ZVAC. And so we continue to utilize it on many different jobs.
Okay, are there sort of, are there greater opportunities to use more ZVAC machines than are currently utilized? So are there opportunities that are being missed because you don't have enough ZVAC machines to go around?
I don't think there's opportunities at this point being missed, but what I will say is, I know that from an industry perspective, they're starting to gain a lot of traction. And so being able to have, because one of the biggest challenges is that, especially when they first came out, it's very big. So it has to be pulled on a trailer, and so it's not something that you can use on like even the smallest of jobs. So being able to have smaller units, which they do have what we consider more mobile type of units, being able to have them, is something that goes a long way. So we work from an industry perspective to be able to share in that feedback so that they're able to produce more of those types of units, or even have even smaller ones that will just bring a lot of value to us as an organization. I don't think that there's more that we need that would get us anything in the immediate term, but it's something that we continue to look at in terms of innovating and having different opportunities to reduce emissions overall.
Okay, thank you.
So when you were having your discussion with OPC, I seem to remember you talking about moving projects from STRIDE into the multi-year rate plan, correct?
Well, what we looked at was holistically making sure we understood any projects that would continue from the end of 23 into 24. So there were projects that were created. We created a new ITN where we knew projects that were going to come to a close specifically, they would be housed in that ITN. Anything that wasn't going to come to a close in 2023 had a different ITN so that we can manage that appropriately.
Okay, but I guess my question is, if you maintain the multi-year rate plan process, do you still need STRIDE?
No, that was specifically done for 2023 because 2023 was the last year of STRIDE, and then 24 was the first year of the MYP. So we needed to make sure we had an appropriate transition as to what work would continue outside of the into the MYP, and what work clearly came to a close and as a part of STRIDE.
So going forward, if you keep the MRT, do you still need STRIDE?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So we still got 2 more witnesses for you, right? Okay, so why don't we stop for lunch and we'll come back at 1:10.
Thank you.
Okay, back on the record for 9645.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Brent Balea on behalf of BGE. For BGE's next witness, I'd like to call Miss Laura Wright.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalties of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your business address.
It's Laura Wright, Laura Wright. And my business address is 2900 Lord Baltimore Drive, Baltimore, Maryland, 21244.
Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Wright. Can you please state your, what's your current position with BGE?
My current position is Vice President of Technical Services.
Thank you. Do you have with you today on the stand a document titled Rebuttal Testimony of Laura Wright, dated September 6, 2024?
Yes.
And does that document contain 12 pages of written testimony?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the rebuttal testimony of Laura Wright as BGE Exhibit 4FR.
So, Mark?
Ms. Wright, was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to the testimony, your testimony today?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions that were asked of you in this written rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
With that, Your Honor, I'd mark or move for the admission into evidence of BGE Exhibit 4FR.
So admitted.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to ask some quick rejoinder with Ms. Wright.
Okay.
Ms. Wright, do you also have with you today have you reviewed the surrebuttal testimony of OPC witness Fitzhenry?
Yes, I have.
And do you have a copy with you today of Mr. Fitzhenry's surrebuttal testimony?
I do.
All right, can you please turn to page 10? Just let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
Beginning on this page, Mr. Fitzhenry addresses BGE's Common Trench Enhancement Programs. What is your understanding of Mr. Fitzhenry's recommendations in this case with respect to BGE's 2023 Common Trench Enhancement Program costs?
My understanding is that Mr. Fitzhenry is recommending disallowance of these costs.
Okay, thank you. Sticking with page 10, at lines 9 through 19, Mr. Fitzhenry testifies that he disagrees with BGE witness Frain's assessment that Mr. Fitzhenry is inappropriately attempting to revisit issues that the Commission has already considered and decided. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you wish to comment on his testimony here?
So I agree with Mr. Frain that this was something that was decided during case number 9692, and that I felt that it was a very clear definition of how to treat the costs associated with the common trench electric, so I'm not sure why Mr. Fitzhenry was disagreeing.
Okay. Further down on that page, lines 18 through 19, Mr. Fitzhenry agrees with, or disagrees rather, with Mr. Frain and with you. He says there, no, the Commission's decision in case 9692 is why I believe it is appropriate to continue to scrutinize these projects for their prudency. Do you have any response to that statement?
So we want to make sure that we're looking at the prudency of all of our costs. So from that perspective, I understand where Mr. Fitzhenry is coming from. However, as I said, once the Commission made the order and made the decision in the case number 9692, it was very clear that we were able to recover costs associated with the duct sealing portions and a small portion of cable replacement, as long as we accounted for any cable that was still in its useful life and wrote off any of the costs associated with replacing cable that still had useful lives. And that is how we presented our case for reconciliation for the costs in 2023. It's only $47,000 worth of cable replacement costs that are actually included in our request for recovery. The remainder of what we're requesting to recover is for the duct sealing costs, and we are writing off approximately $391,000 in cable replacement costs based on the useful lives that are there. So we did follow the complete direction that was there. We are scrutinizing the prudency. We're making sure that what we're installing is contributing to the safety and reliability of our system. And then it's also a little concerning that OPC would try to address this after that commission decision, because that could potentially make other utilities consider not doing safety improvements on their system if those decisions are being up for reconsideration in future proceedings.
Okay, thank you. A couple more questions. Can you please turn to page 16 of Mr. Fitzhenry's surrebuttal testimony? And I'm looking particularly at lines 4 through 9. I'll just read it. There he says, in response to your testimony, BGE would have potentially had opportunities to perform this trench enhancement work of the pre-2001 gas and electric common trenches when work was being done on these trenches prior to 2019. Having to perform this work now increases the cost relative to what the cost would have been had BGE completed this work when accessing these trenches prior to 2019. What do you think of Mr. Fitzhenry's argument here?
So again, I'm not sure that it represents an adequate understanding of the situation. We don't open up these common trenches on a regular basis. They're only opened when there's new assets that are being installed or assets that need replacement based upon, as we've talked about in previous cases, the fault records, et cetera, for those cables and making repairs. So there wouldn't have been an opportunity to just go in and make changes to the work that's in these trenches from pre-2001. And in addition to that, they were installed per the standard that was in existence at the time, and it has not been a practice of OPC to say that we should go back and rework all of our previous installations up to the current standard just because the standard has changed. Instead, we installed it appropriately to the standard at the time, and then as we do new work in that situation, we would bring it up to the current standards at that time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wright. I'm next going to ask you about a data request that was referenced in Mr. Fitzhenry's surrebuttal testimony. So, Your Honor, if I may approach.
Okay.
Mr. DR. Ms. Wright, on page 16 of Mr. Fitzhenry's okay, looks like everybody has a copy of what I've just handed out, which is BGE's revised response to OPC DR 7, question 7. And Ms. Wright, do you see in Mr. Fitzhenry's surrebuttal testimony that you have before you that he references a DR response on behalf of BGE, or that BGE responded to in 7-7 on page 16 there?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. And the DR that I just handed to you, can you, was this DR, I guess, let me ask, was this DR prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And is this a revised response to the response that Mr. Fitzhenry was referencing in his surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
do you have any changes that you need to make to this response, this revised response?
No changes to the revised response.
Your Honor, I move that the BGE's revised response to OPC DR 7-7 be marked as BGE Exhibit 5FR.
So marked.
And I'd like to move that exhibit into the evidentiary record.
Okay, so admitted.
Ms. Wright, just one last question. I just want to give you an opportunity just to summarize the revised response.
Essentially, the revised response is in reference to the question regarding the useful lives of the cable that was replaced in the program in 2023, and that was initially an error in terms of the response that was submitted to that request that said there was no cable that was replaced, when in fact there were 3 cable replacement jobs that were included in 2023's program. And as I stated before, we wrote off 391,000 of the 438,000 that was spent on those cable replacements due to the remaining useful lives of the cable, and only are requesting recovery for that 47,000 remaining. And it goes into detail as to why we went with that, and it's based on the order, then the decision from case number 9692. And Mr. Frin also sponsored this response so that he could speak to the accounting piece if there's a need.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further rejoinder questions.
OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I just take 1 minute to review this?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. OPC doesn't have any cross-plan for this witness.
Okay. Staff.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wright. I'm Michael Dean on behalf of staff, and staff has no questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions.
Commissioner Richard.
No questions.
Commissioner Sussman.
No questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Sorry.
I guess you can do that first class.
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your business address.
My name is John C. Frin, John Frain. I work for BGE. My business address is 2 Center Plaza, 110 West Fayette Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21201.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Beverly Sikora on behalf of BGE. Mr. Frin, you've already stated your name and your employer and your address for the record. Could you also provide us with your business position, your title?
Sure. I am the Director, Regulatory Strategy and Revenue Policy for BGE.
Thank you. Mr. Frin, do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Direct Testimony of John C. Frin related to the 2023 Final Reconciliation of Case Number 9645, dated April 24th, 2024, consisting of 13 pages and 4 exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Chair Hoover, I ask that this testimony and exhibits be marked as BG Exhibit 6FR.
So marked.
Okay. Mr. Frin, do you also have before you a document entitled The Prepared Rebuttal Testimony of John C. Frin, dated September 6th, 2024, consisting of 17 pages and 2 exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Your Honor, I ask that the prepared rebuttal testimony exhibits be marked as BG Exhibit 7FR.
So marked.
Mr. Frin, were these documents prepared by you or under your direction and supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to these documents today?
No, I do not.
Okay. If I were to ask you the same questions today in each of these documents under oath, would your answers be the same as those that are written?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, I ask that BG Exhibits 6FR and 7XR be entered into the record.
So admitted.
Mr. Frin is now available for cross-examination.
OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Frin. Good to see you.
Good afternoon.
So I do have a few questions for you. So, Mr. Frin, in addition to the testimony that you filed in this proceeding, you also sponsored testimony in case number 9692 regarding BGE's revenue requirements in that proceeding?
That's correct.
So you have some familiarity with the schedules and the work plans the company files to support an MRP application. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Now, when the company goes in to file a multi-year rate plan, it submits a capital and O&M work plan, and that sets forth some projected expenditures for specific individual projects and programs. Is that correct?
Yes, we put details about specific capital and O&M projects in our initial filing. What the Commission ultimately approves is not necessarily those specific projects and details. What they're approving is an overall revenue requirement and the underlying O&M and capital spend that supports it.
And that was the case for BGE's first MRP approved in case number 9645.
Yes.
Okay. And so in the reconciliation filing that's subject to this proceeding, the company presents the actual expenditures and any variances it recorded with respect to those projects that were included in its proposed MRP work plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I'd like to ask some questions about how the company's budgets inform the execution of its capital work plan. So if you could turn to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony.
I'm there.
Okay. And starting at line 10, you explain how the company manages its capital budget on an overall portfolio level. And you'd agree that the portfolio level differs from the project level, in that portfolio refers to the costs of groupings of individual projects. Is that right?
So the way that BGE structures our capital and O&M spend is we do budget by specific projects, but those projects are then categorized into specific categories where there are category owners who are responsible for those overall categories and the work therein.
So these categories would, for instance, system performance, distribution would be a category, or capacity expansion.
Correct.
That would be a category.
Correct.
Okay. And so within these given categories or portfolios, I guess it seems the term is somewhat synonymous in this context. The costs could increase on some projects and decrease on others. The company could substitute new projects for existing projects that were in the proposed work plan. And as long as the company's spending is within the amount allotted to the portfolio, then the project-specific variances are somewhat immaterial. Is that how the company is viewing it?
I wouldn't say that the project-specific variances are immaterial. They matter. What I would say is that when, here I'm talking about how we manage our, business and the overall portfolio, I'll say, of work that we have for electric distribution or gas distribution, for example. What we're doing is we're trying to balance the, overall capital and O&M spend targets that we have that underlie the multi-year plan forecasted base rates with the actual conditions that we end up in a given year. So sometimes there are storms that may hit, there are new business requests that come in, there could be differences that we find in the field that leads to decisions to say, hey, we need to shift this work back or we need to shift other work forward. There's emergent conditions on the system. So what we need to do is actually balance all of those different factors and try to balance it within the overall spend targets that we've been given within the multi-year plan rates that were approved by the commission.
Okay, but for determining the company's base rate, or rate base, excuse me, rate base is based on the individual projects, not the portfolio of the projects. Is that right?
Well, the portfolios that we're managing, the projects are going to roll up to categories, and I'll say that, within the electric distribution portfolio of work, if you want to call it that, the categories and the specific projects all eventually roll up, yes, into electric rate base to the extent that those are capital and, have gone into service and are used and useful for serving customers.
So just to be clear, it's the plant and service and the rate base is based on the individual project costs that have gone into service, they're used and useful, not necessarily the portfolio within which that project is nestled.
I'm not sure I quite understand the distinction you're making there, because the projects are going to get captured within the portfolio of work that, and all of that goes into rate base. So there's not a distinction in terms of what goes into rate base between the projects and the categories in the portfolio.
So, Mr. Frin, as you report in your schedules accompanying your direct and rebuttal testimony, the company exceeded its electric capital budget for 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, we ended up spending more in electric capital expenditures than had been included in the original multi-year plan budget for 2023. That's correct. There were new business requests that we needed to do work for. There were storm costs that were incurred. We tried to offset those to the best that we could, but all of those could not be offset. There were a lot of inflationary pressures that had built up over the course of the multi-year plan. There was record level inflation in 21 and 22 that, when looked at cumulatively, by the time you get to 2023, there was about 10% more in inflation, looking at as just measured by the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, than had been forecasted in the multi-year plan base rates.
And is it correct that the company exceeded its capital budgets on the electric side in 2021 and 2022?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. And I took a look at Schedule JCF5. I think that accompanies your rebuttal testimony. And based on the numbers provided in that exhibit, with respect to the company's budget variances for 2021, 2022, and 2023, I've calculated that the company's multi-year rate plan actuals exceeded its multi-year rate plan budget by around roughly 23%. Subject to check, would you agree with that number?
I don't see 23% here in JCF 5.
Well, I did the math. Essentially, I took the total MYP actuals, I think that's column H, and I determined that column H is larger than column G by a factor of 23%.
Which number in column H are you looking at?
Column H, row 1, I think that's 1,732,993,000.
Right. So what JCF 5 shows is that when you adjust for uncontrollable costs that we incurred in 2023, such as the minor storm costs, new business, as I was saying, new regulatory legislative required work that we needed to do, it's much less than the number you're citing there.
Well, I'm glad you brought your adjustment up because I wanted to ask you about that. So this adjustment, you say it's for uncontrollable items over which BGE has little ability to forecast. And you say that in your rebuttal testimony on page 7, starting at line 5. And so help me understand, I can take it from this, an uncontrollable item is something where the expense might be there's an emergent circumstances, or that reality of the situation makes it difficult for BGE to accurately forecast what that expense might be in a given year. So help me understand what you mean by what would be a controllable item from the company's perspective.
Well, controllable items from the company's perspective would be, items that we might have more control, direct control over the work. It could be, work on a substation project, or it could be work on gas main replacements, things like that. These uncontrollables that we're calling uncontrollable here are factors that, things like storms, new business that you can attempt to forecast, but we know that, there are going to be events that happen that are outside of the utility's control, whether it be more storms, more damaging storms than, in the past, whether it be new customers coming in who are large load and looking to interconnect to the system and are requiring a lot more infrastructure. Those types of things are things that the utility and, stakeholders in the commission don't necessarily have the ability to foresee exactly that those will happen, and those are outside of the utility's control.
And your use of the word adjustment, you'd agree that in the rate-making construct, the word adjustment has a pretty specific connotation.
Well, adjustment is, a word that can be used in a lot of different contexts. The way I was using the word adjustment here in this particular schedule was just to, say that, yes, I'm taking the actual number and removing items that we would consider not under the utilities control.
But to be clear, you're not referring to any adjustment that the Maryland Public Service Commission has authorized, right?
Well, these aren't rate-making adjustments per se. These are actually, ways that you could, look at what is driving the overall costs and the reconciliation that the company is supporting here.
So then, would you agree that in case number 9645, the Commission didn't adjust BGE's multi-year rate plan projected budgets for what you've described in your rebuttal testimony as uncontrollable items?
The Commission couldn't have adjusted the 9645 amounts for uncontrollable items because uncontrollable items were not able to be perfectly foreseen at that point.
And one of these uncontrollable items that you refer to is would be the minor storm damage costs for electric and gas. Is that correct?
Minor storm costs, yes.
And is it correct that this budget is based on BGE's historic averages, as when it's proposed in a multi-year rate plan?
Right. So the way that this budget works is it looks back at the past prior 5 years at that time of average costs. So for example, the minor storm budget embedded here for 2023 would have been based on the historical minor storm average annual costs from 2015 through 2019 at that point in time, because 2020 wouldn't have been known. In case 9692, we actually proposed to adjust that budgetary method to do a weighted average, to weight the more recent years more strongly, so that it would reflect the fact that storm costs and the frequency and the severity of storms has been increasing in frequent years, but that wasn't accepted in case 9692. So I certainly think there's a number of factors and reasons why the minor storm budget that would have been built into the multi-year plan forecasted base rates was likely too low.
Okay. And for new business connections, that's another item that you deem to be uncontrollable. BGE's proposed multi-year rate plan 1 also included a budget for that, and that was based on some sort of a forecast over each year of the multi-year rate plan for what new customer connections might entail?
That, I believe that's also based on historical experience, which, historical experience can be a good indicator, but it's not going to be a perfect predictor of what, the future might hold in terms of customer requests. And of course, because BGE has the franchise in our service territories, we are obligated to provide service to customers when they come to us. This is another category, or I shouldn't use the word category. This is another. These are new business costs are another area where I would say we have seen increases due to inflationary pressures over the first multi-year plan period.
Okay. And the other uncontrollable item that you referred to in your testimony includes certain projects required by the legislature or commission. In this case, are you referring to, by legislature, do you mean the General Assembly? Do you mean the United States Congress? Is there...
All of the above. All of the above, yeah.
And specifically, you provide an example of one such uncontrollable item, this being the middle mile fiber grant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, did the Public Service Commission require BGE to pursue this project?
Well, the Public Service Commission certainly is encouraging BGE to go after federal funding, which this is an example of federal funding that we're able to, secure federal grants from the NTIA and DOE so that, we can bring those federal dollars into Maryland and to the benefit of customers.
Would you agree there's a difference between encouragement and requiring?
Well, there's there's ways of encouraging that feel like requirement to me, and so we've been encouraged to go after federal funding.
And to your knowledge, did the General Assembly require BGE to specifically pursue that grant?
They have definitely encouraged BGE to go after federal funding.
And BGE applied for this grant. Was it in 2022, to your knowledge?
Yes, it was around that time, yes.
And would I be correct to state that, notwithstanding the encouragement that BGE might have been getting, the company applied for this grant on its own accord?
Certainly, we are, proactively going after federal funding and grants wherever we can, when those federal grants will benefit our customers.
And BGE, there were conditions that were imposed on if this grant were awarded, what BGE would have to do to actually obtain the grant money. And that was, I think, spending approximately $30.8 million.
Yes, there are certain requirements for the grant, and in this instance, there are certain spending requirements that BGE has to meet in order to receive, the federal grant that we've been awarded. So, for certain categories of costs in this project, we're required to spend those dollars, and then the federal government actually reimburses us for half of those dollars.
And BGE was aware of that condition and the timing in which those investments would be made when it applied for that grant. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to ask a few more questions about Schedule JCF 5E. And this is where you break down the math as to how you get to the $525,391,000 controllable capital expenditure number. And you start on column, I guess this is, I'm looking at column F here. At line 1, your starting place is $645,516,000. And that's BGE's actual capital expenditures for multi-year rate plan, the last year of its multi-year rate plan. And you first deduct $29.6 million related to major storm costs. And these are costs that the company does not budget for, right?
Correct. We do not budget for major storm capital.
Okay. And then next you have a deduction here for of $32.7 million, and that's related to minor storm costs, which the company does budget for, correct?
Yes.
And then you deduct $47 million for new business spending, which the company also budgets for. Is that right?
We do forecast new business, yes.
And then finally, you deduct $10 million for required projects, which includes this middle mile fiber grant, which if you confirmed, BGE applied for on its own accord in 2022, knowing what the conditions of that spending would be.
Yes.
Okay. And still, notwithstanding all these deductions, it's correct that the resulting number, $525,391,000, is $79.9 million higher than BGE's multi-year rate plan, rate year 3 budget. And that includes, in the forecasted budget, the multi-year rate plan 2023 budget includes the forecast for new business and minor storm costs that the company provided to the commission. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So as we were discussing earlier, your testimony asked the commission to look at how BGE manage its spending as a whole, and rather than to focus on the spending of individual projects. Is there any point in your direct or rebuttal testimonies where you discuss adjustments the company made to the controllable items in its capital budget after the company knew it would exceed its minor storm and new business budgets and incurred significant major storm-related costs?
I don't know that I discussed that in my written testimony, but I can certainly discuss all of the changes that we made to our work plans to try and adjust for the unforeseen events like the storms and new business and new required work that we had. On the gas side, we delayed significant amounts of work related to an Owings Mills gate station, specifically $7.5 million we delayed from 2023 into 2024. We delayed work related to a liquefaction train replacement project. We delayed some gas system reinforcement work. We also, on the electric side, delayed some 34 kV and 4 kV replacement work. When I say that we had uncontrollable events that did happen in 2023, I don't want that to come across as us being indifferent to the fact that we've been given, spending targets in the multi-year plan base rates that were approved. We absolutely understand that, but we also understand that, we have the obligation to continue to provide safe and reliable service to customers. And so we always need to balance that, those forecasts and that spend with the actual work that we believe needs to get done in order to continue providing that safe and reliable service to customers. And that's what we did. It doesn't mean that we just, went ahead with all of the work that we had planned. No, we did look to reprioritize and shift work where we could. And that's where we ended up at the end of the day in 2023.
And so the projects that you just listed, is there any explanation provided in the schedules, the JCF2 or JCF3 that accompany your direct testimony that explain and identify these projects as delayed or pushed back due to higher than expected uncontrollables?
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of detail in JCF3. If you look at, my exhibit JCF3, there's 12 pages of projects and spending and variances and explanations that if you look at the font type, it's impossible to read without a magnifying glass because there's so much in here because we are trying to be transparent. And if you look at it, you will see that for the projects that I'm just talking about, for example, like Gate Station Owings Mills, we did have a reduction in spend for that project. We had reductions in spend for sentient underground and overhead fault indicators. There were a number of projects where we did shift the work in order to try and mitigate some of the cost pressures that we were seeing in 2023.
So I'd like to ask about the the Gate Station Owings Mill project, and this is...
It's project 60693.
Yes.
This is a capital project for gas.
Yeah. And it is in very tiny print. I'm thankful for Adobe here. And it's on page 6 of schedule JCF 3. And I'm going to read the variance description to you, and I'm going to ask you if you agree that that's correct. So the variance description you provide for project 60693, primarily driven by project delays. Project costs reflect continued design/engineering work. However, construction is paused at this time due to negotiations with the connected supplier at this facility over the scope of work to be completed. Is that the correct project variance statement?
That is, and that may be, true for some of the year, and why, it didn't all get spent there. But it's also true that we said this is work because of all these conditions and because of what we were finding that we could, kind of delay and not proceed with in 2023.
But to be clear, that explanation's not in the project variance statement.
I'm giving the explanation here.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. So I have an exhibit I'd like to ask some questions about. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
We'll try for that next time.
And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC exhibit. I think we're at 6FR.
So, Mark.
So, Mr. Frin, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, and this is a DR response, the company's response to OPC DR 705 and the attachment that it provided. Now this attachment lists 47 electric projects and 16 gas projects that were not placed into service in 2023. Is that right?
That's correct.
And each of these projects included on this list are reflected in the project variance information that you provided with your direct testimony as Schedule JCF3. Is that right?
Yes, we would have given, variance explanations for all of these projects.
But since these projects were not placed into service in 2023, none of these projects and the cost of the variances related to these projects are included in the company's rate base upon which its reconciliation revenue requirement is based. Is that right?
That's right. That's right. So, a lot of utility project work is not necessarily, we might start spending on, a substation project or another type of project in 2023, and that project isn't going to be finished until 2024 or maybe even 2025 or later, and so it won't go into service and won't get placed into rate base until it actually is completed at a later date. But the project spend is included in all of our reporting in the multi-year plan, because that's the point of the multi-year plan, is to have that transparency into the work and the spend that the utility is planning to do, so that the commission and stakeholders can have that visibility and the discussion can happen in the multi-year plan about whether or not that's the right work to use ultimately customer resources and rates on.
And so if the commission were to determine that for any one of these projects, a portion of the 2023 spend, the variance was imprudent, could the commission order a disallowance or a change to the revenue requirement?
Well, the commission can always do whatever the commission wants to do ultimately, but it wouldn't make sense for the commission to do that because the revenue requirement doesn't reflect anything related to these projects. Typically, prudency review of a project would be done in a commission decision on sort of disallowance because that disallowance is from rates and they don't go into rates until the revenue requirement, is impacted when the, assets go into service and are used and useful for customers. That's when typically the commission would ultimately make a decision on, any allowance into rates or disallowance.
Okay. And if you could turn to page 6 of your rebuttal.
I'm there.
All right. And starting at, believe, line 9, you discuss an approach that the commission could take for a circumstance where there's a variance related to a project it's looking at that is not yet to go into service. And you state that the commission could determine a portion of the 2023 revenue requirement should not be collected through the MYP adjustment rider, while also not determining that the investment itself may be imprudent.
Correct.
And so what I'm trying to understand is how this proposed approach would work.
So this proposed approach would work in an instance where there is a project that, in this instance, OPC, since OPC is the only party that is recommending any disallowances, it would work in a situation where OPC was proposing a reduction or disallowance related to project work. Here, I gave an example of gas capital leak repairs. That is a project that goes into service on a monthly basis because those capital leak repairs are just done and go into service in that same month. In that instance, those amounts that we spent in 2023 are impacting the 2023 reconciliation revenue requirement. Those are also for assets that are going to be used and useful for serving customers for decades in the future. And so what I'm trying to communicate here is that if the commission were to look at one of OPC's recommendations that's based solely on the variance to the original multi-year plan forecast on its own, that the commission could certainly agree with OPC in terms of the 2023 reconciliation and what the company should be allowed to recover in the 2023 reconciliation related to that variance. But at the same time, the commission doesn't need to determine that, those assets that are going to be serving customers for 40, 50 years into the future are imprudent for those 40 or 50 years, and no recovery should ever be allowed on them. The commission could at the same time say, well, we BGE, maybe because of the timing, we're not sure that we agree with your decision making in terms of, spending in 23, but that doesn't mean that the assets that actually, are being used and are useful for serving customers now are imprudent for, all time.
So if I understand your position here, you're saying that the prudency determination should be limited specifically to the budget variance for the given year of that project.
Well, I think that was, OPC's argument on certain recommendations that OPC witness Fitzhenry was making was based on purely looking at the variance from the original MYP forecast and saying the company should not have spent what it spent in 2023, knowing that the forecasts that you had a target that was less than that. And so all I'm trying to say is that the commission can and has the authority and the ability to say, okay, we're not going to give BGE recovery in the 2023 reconciliation for that amount, but we're also not going to say now that those amounts are, imprudent for all time.
But wouldn't it be correct that if the project is not yet in service, then the commission there'd be no recovery for the commission to deny for a project that has not yet been put in service?
Right. So this testimony, my testimony here, is talking about specific instances where OPC's recommendation was related to just work that goes into service on a monthly basis. So think capital leak repairs or pole replacement work, as Mr. Singh was talking about earlier today. And, in that instance, and when OPC's recommendation is based solely on the variance to the forecasts, that is the instance where I'm talking about the commission having the ability to, to do this. For example, the data request that you handed to me, which was OPC 7-05 related to Clare Street substation and the demo Westport 634 kV substation, those are projects that have not gone into service, and so they're not what I'm talking about here, because those are amounts that are not actually impacting the revenue requirement, and the commission doesn't need to make any determination at all in this instance about the prudency of those projects.
And the schedules that you filed with your direct testimony, do they identify those specific projects that have not yet gone into service?
I don't know that they specifically call out those projects that have not yet gone into service. That's certainly something that we could talk about in the multi-year plan lessons learned proceeding about an improvement, if that's something that OPC or another stakeholder of the commission was interested in.
I think there'll be more discussion on the lessons learned aspect next week.
I'm pretty sure there will be, yes.
Okay, I just have one more line of questions for you. It's regarding your explanation about inflation and how the impact that had.
Yes.
So if you turn to your direct testimony, page 7, line 15.
I'm there.
Okay. And you attribute inflation as one of the drivers of the company's under recoveries. Is that right?
Yes, inflation had a large impact on, the company's spending.
And you further explain at lines 18 and 19 on page 7 that inflation for 2021 and 2022 set a new baseline for the cost of service for 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that for 2021 and 2022, inflation was extraordinary. And I think in both your direct and your rebuttal testimonies, you reference an 8% inflation rate for 2021 and a 6.3% inflation rate for 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, those are the Baltimore, Towson consumer price indices for those years, yes.
And for 2023, the inflation rate was around 2.1%, so significantly less than 2021 and 2022. Is that right?
The rate of inflation was less, but the way inflation works, the way prices work, right? If you start out in year one with a price of $1 and there's 8% inflation on that dollar, then the price now becomes $1.08. Well, if there's 6% inflation in the next year, that 6% is on the $1.08. So it's 6% of the $1.08 more in the following year. And then the next year of 2%, let's say that the 6% more came out to be $1.15 in total. Well, now you're at $1.15. 2% of $1.15, is what you would end up with, like, let's say $1.18 as the final price. So as you can see, you start out with $1, but the final price, when you look at the rate of inflation cumulatively over those 3 years, is going to be a lot more. So when you look at inflation and talk about inflation, that's what I mean by setting a new baseline. You never go back to that dollar unless you actually have deflation.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that. Do you recall, I believe in the 96-92 proceeding, you sponsored the schedules that accompanied the company's reconciliation revenue requirements for 2021 and 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall what the CapEx variance were for those years?
I do not recall those numbers straight off the top of my head.
I can provide them to you, and if you would agree, subject to check.
Sure. Do you have a copy of them, or you?
I don't. I have a schedule here.
Gotcha.
But I can subject to check.
Sure.
So for 2021, the CapEx variance for gas was 0%, and for electric it was 3.1%. And for 2022, the variance for gas was 10%, and the CapEx variance was 25%.
Mm-hmm.
And all those numbers, the variance percentage is less than the 44.9% electric variance that the company is reporting for 2023. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And to be clear, the variance numbers that I read off for 2021 and 2022 also included the company's variances related to the uncontrollable items that you referred to.
Yes, exactly. And you're going exactly where my head goes, which is back to the fact that, it's not just inflation. And I never said in my testimony it was just inflation that led to, the cost pressures. There's much more than inflation. There were storms, new business, new regulatory and legislative required work in both 2021 and 2022. And on JCF 5, E, and G, I do lay out, what those amounts were. And if you look at, kind of JCF E for 21 and 22, let's say for electric, in 21, it's flat once you make those adjustments, 0.04%. It's 2% when you look at 2022 after you make those adjustments. For gas, actually, for electric O&M, we actually are lower in both 2021 and 2023. For gas, the capital, we are actually lower by 2% in 2021, and we are higher still by about 7% in 2022.
So for let's go to JCF 5. We'll talk about that. And I'll just ask you about the variances on the electric side. So after you make your adjustment for the uncontrollable items, the adjusted variance is 0.04%. And in that same year, the rate of inflation was 8%. Is that correct?
Yes, the rate of inflation. The Baltimore Towson CPI was 8%. The inflation that's actually going to be seen in BGE's numbers can be, related to the CPI. It can also be related to cost specific to the utility industry and utility work, right? If you think about the materials that we use, those materials can be driven by, metal prices. They can be driven by scarcity. There was a big scarcity of transformers during this period of time following the pandemic that certainly, had an impact on our overall capital budgets and what we needed to spend in order to make sure that we kept delivering safe and reliable service to customers.
And for 2022, after you make your adjustment for these uncontrollables, the variance you report there is 2.13, and I guess that would be on top of, if you take the 8% CPI for Baltimore Towson plus the 6%, that'd be 14% of inflation.
Well, no, this 2% means that even with the 14% inflation that we might have seen cumulatively by then, we were able to deliver at 2%. So we were able to find a way to manage through that inflation and really adjust, basically offset 12% of that inflation, assuming that it was exactly 14%.
So then what accounts for the 17.9% adjusted variance that you report after experiencing an additional 2.1% of inflation?
Yeah, so the rate of inflation is not apples to apples to the adjusted variance percentages that you're seeing here. These variance percentages are compared to the original budget in the multi-year plan, right? So this 17% that you see in 2023 for electric is, this adjusted actual amount of electric capital compared to the original multi-year plan budget for 2023. That original multi-year plan budget had embedded in it about 2.5% inflation per year. And so cumulatively, by the time you get to 2023, let's just say that that's roughly 7.5%, whereas in actuality, what we ended up seeing was more like 16, 17% inflation. So I'm not trying to say that inflation accounts for all of the, explains all of the variance that we see in the budget. That's not my testimony. That's not what I said. But it does explain a lot, and that was part of what we, had as a challenge, and that's part of why I think that, the pilot multi-year plan really did show that multi-year plans are helpful in giving utilities the cost control signals to manage through. So instead of just coming in for a rate case and saying, hey, we need to build all of this new inflation into rates, we're actually trying to manage our portfolio and, offset some of that inflation to the extent that we possibly can.
Yeah, I had no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Frin.
Okay, Steph.
Good afternoon, Mr. Frayne.
Good afternoon.
Michael Dean for staff. Staff has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
So, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple of questions. Mr. Frayne, you were talking earlier about the IIJ grant and whether or not it was really required, and got into talking about, federal grant funding. And you said that the commission strongly encouraged it. Can you explain why you feel the commission, what your indicators were that the commission was strongly indicating?
Well, I think
urging?
the commission was strongly encouraged by the Maryland General Assembly to have the utilities and all stakeholders pursue opportunities for federal funding. So the commission actually had a public conference to inquire with the utilities about what exactly our processes were and what we were doing, what steps and actions we were taking to actually go after the federal funding, and what could be done to actually help and assist the utilities to go after more federal funding.
Thank you. And then kind of along those lines too, we were talking about JCF-5E. And you talked about lines 2 and 3, the minor storm and the new business lines. What exactly are those lines representing?
So there are forecasts for minor storm costs and for new business costs in BGE's budgets. These represent the incremental amounts over what had been budgeted in the original multi-year plan when you look at what we actually incurred. And that's where I was trying to explain that, using history as, a baseline for what a forecast might look like, it is an indicator, but it's not a perfect predictor of what the future is going to hold, especially when you're looking at something like storms, where I think we're all seeing, even those in North Carolina and Florida today, how impactful storms are becoming.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay, Commissioner Sussman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Frayne.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so the first question I have relates to the purpose of reconciliation. So you submit your MYP, and then you have reconciliation. We've had 2 rounds of reconciliation. So what is the purpose? What do you see as the purpose of reconciliation?
I think there's multiple purposes for the reconciliation. Certainly, one purpose is to do a prudency review of what actually the utility did with the with the revenues that the utility received in the original multi-year plan forecasted rates. So without a reconciliation or some type of process to ensure that you have the review, stakeholders have the ability to review, the commission ultimately has the ability to review what work those revenues actually resulted in. You wouldn't have that full kind of circle picture of what I think we're looking to get through the multi-year plan process. The multi-year plan process starts with looking at the utilities work plans and what work should be done, but it doesn't end there. It concludes with looking what actually the utility did with those funds and the work that the utility actually did. And I think that completes the picture for the multi-year plan process.
Okay, so
it gives transparency ultimately into what the utility plans, what the utility does.
Right. So let's focus on prudency. This is the time that the commission can look to what you've spent and make a prudency determination. And since this is the final reconciliation for MYP, the first MYP, everything that was spent for over the 3 years, we're going to be making a prudency determination. Is that your understanding?
The way I would characterize my understanding of it is that the prudency review is for the amounts that were spent, O&M, expenses that were incurred for 2023. That's what's being looked at in the final reconciliation. And then also any investments that went into service and are now in rate base and are being, built into the revenue requirement for 2023. So those are the amounts that are under review. If you look back at the Commission's original order for the multi-year plan structure, I think it was Order 89482, the Commission in the initial reconciliation that was done with the second multi-year plan base rate case, that was for years 2021 and 2022 here, the first 2 years. The Commission's wording in that order said that this final reconciliation was supposed to be the prudency review for any amounts that hadn't been reviewed for prudency in that base rate case. Okay. And so here it's 2023.
Okay, so the 150 million that you're seeking over and above what you've been already given, that's for O&M?
No, it's the 150 million. There are a lot of things that are going into that 150 million. There's certainly part of it is O&M. We had on the electric side, there's probably about $30 million of electric minor storm costs that weren't included in the original multi-year plan rates. That's part of what's in that 150 million or the 79 million for electric. There's also other things that weren't included in the original multi-year plan base rates. For example, in the original order setting the forecasted base rates, the Commission agreed with an OPC recommendation for the electric depreciation rates. At the time, BGE did not agree with that, and we filed a request for rehearing and said, hey, those rates are not what our actual approved distribution rates are, and it is going to result in a large under recovery in depreciation and will result in us having to seek an increase, a meaningful increase in the reconciliation later. And the Commission said, yep, we understand that, and if that actually is true, then BGE can be made whole through the reconciliation process. That's about $25 million of the $79 million for electric. So there's costs that are going into it. Some of it expense, some of it investments, some of it is just sort of fundamental decisions that might be made at the time of setting the initial base rates, and sometimes decisions are made one way or another, and those decisions are going to have kind of impacts, knowing that, for example, the part of what's in this reconciliation is actually in the original multi-year plan base rates. BGE had accelerated certain tax benefits to offset the rate increases that customers would see. The acceleration of those tax benefits also has with it an increase in rate base in the future because we're giving those tax benefits that do reduce rate base away. And
we're not seeing those tax benefits in this.
Those tax benefits are not here, and that rate base, that's part of what is actually adding to this 150 million because it wasn't included in the original multi-year plan. So there's a lot of like factors and decisions like that.
Okay, so this OPC exhibit that you were handed, these lists of projects, these projects are not going to service. So the prudency will be addressed at a later date.
The prudency will be addressed when they go into service. So, for example, for some of these, I think they're forecasted to go into service in 2024. It's when 2024 is reviewed for prudency that those amounts would be, subject to the prudency review. That's right.
So I have a sort of a more general question about MYPs, and I know that we're going to be dealing with lessons learned next week, but had my staff go back to the original request, which was before my time, so I can blame somebody else. But and at the time, BGE had a request of about 200 million for electric and about 104 million for gas. Does that make so it's around a little more than 300 million?
Yes, our original MYP, I think it was a little more than 300.
Right, and then the commission gave you 213 million. So took about a third of what your request was. And so in years 1 and 2, you asked for 73 million. This year, 152 million, which will actually take you over the original amount that you had requested. And so and I understand that you talked about uncontrollables, but you also talked with OPC Council about cost control signals.
Yes.
And I guess I'm trying to figure out, where there's a value in the MYP if you're given 213 million and basically over the next 3 years you essentially double that request. So, and I understand that there are all kinds of cost issues that come up. I guess, and I'm not faulting. I mean, you can't do anything about inflation, but there's not a whole lot of cost control signals that you can actually put into place when you're dealing with inflation. And so that really does sort of, I guess, it makes me kind of question. I mean, I know we're at the end of this MYP, but I guess I'm trying to understand how ratepayers see a benefit from this when you're essentially doubling what we had originally authorized.
Yeah, so I think, you're right. We'll talk about this a lot more in the MYP lessons learned process. I do think there are a number of ways that cost control features could be strengthened and added in the multi-year plan structure.
If you can tell me how they were affected. I mean, we're seeing a doubling of what we had authorized. So are you saying that without the causation signals, the cost control signals, it would have been so much more? I'm just seeing a lot of money.
Yeah. So what I would say is that without the multi-year plan, there would have been potentially instances where, in 2024, if BGE had filed a historic rate case, there might have been a much larger increase because we might have not been given the cost signal through this reconciliation process to say, you got to find as many ways as you can to manage to the original targets that you were given. And so part of that discussion with OPC Council was that we were given the signal that we needed to hold to those targets as much as we could. And to your point about 21 and 22, we were able to do that better in those years. In fact, in 2021 on electric, it would have been without the OPC electric depreciation adjustment recommendation, it would have been a refund of $10 million to customers in 2021. So the signals were there. I grant you that, like, by the time you get to 2023, this is a large, kind of variance and a large request that we're making here. And
it's double what we had authorized. So it's just.
I understand that, but I also understand that there are things that can be done to strengthen those cost control features in the multi-year plan. I also think that there's a lot that we've all probably learned through this pilot multi-year plan, and some of those learnings may be about the way that decisions are made in setting those multi-year plan forecasted base rates. They can have consequences on what ultimately the utility might end up filing and seeking in the reconciliation. For example, on the gas side here, the commission in the original multi-year plan base rates determined that Stride should be just left in the surcharge subject to the $2 surcharge cap. Well, that meant that there's now a lot of gas investments. In fact, all of the work that we did for that gas work in 2023 that now needs to be built into the multi-year plan base rates. And so, I don't know, but looking back on it, really fully understanding that and appreciating that, maybe the commission could have made a different decision, maybe not. But that's the type of thing that I think real life experience is giving us as we go through it, and I think it's what should inform the discussion that we have in that lessons learned proceeding about what improvements might be able to be made.
Well,
to multi-year
I'm
plans
hoping
going
that
forward.
will include recommendations from you about better cost control signals.
We filed recommendations on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one other question. I'm assuming you saw in testimony from OPC and even from staff that they were concerned that you didn't provide enough to support prudency. Can you point to us of where we should look to see where the prudency proof is? Is it in the JCF?
It's JCF2, it's JCF3, it's JCF5, it's the testimony from all of the BGE witnesses here. What I would say is that this level of detail that we're even just giving here, and the stakeholders may still not feel like it's quite enough, although in some ways I think that there's so much detail here that it's hard sometimes to piece through what is kind of really important and what isn't as important, and maybe that's something that should also be discussed in the lessons learned process. But at the end of the day, I think this amount of detail gives light years, quite frankly, more transparency and information on prudency review than you would ever get in a traditional historic test year rate case that had been filed for decades in Maryland. So whether or not it feels like there's what's needed for prudency review here, this is a lot more than would ever have been seen in a traditional base rate case. And that's not to say that there couldn't be improvements to kind of refine what is given to focus it more on what stakeholders are really most interested in. The other part of it is, quite frankly, these are large amounts. But at the end of the day, OPC and BGE, we aren't that far apart, and ultimately the revenue requirement numbers that we had, I think that it's unfortunate, to me that we're spending all of this time here when the multi-year plan process was supposed to provide, administrative efficiency and was supposed to relieve administrative burdens. We wanted to actually talk with the one party here who actually had recommended something different than BGE, and they refused to sit down with us. So we want to find ways to make this process more administratively efficient for everyone, but it's going to require everyone and all stakeholders to engage.
Okay, well, I won't engage in that part of the, but that's all I have.
Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Frayne. Actually, we didn't coordinate this, but it was kind of funny. The line of questioning is the same, so I'll probably keep this pretty short and not badge you further. But I also just kind of pulled out the order from last time, and because these are eye-popping numbers here, and as was already pointed out, what was requested in the application, the MYP application in 21, it's offered, and then if you read the order, it says, and these is hereby denied. Okay, then you go, and BGE is hereby authorized to increase its Maryland electric and gas distribution rates by no more than the amounts provided in the charts below. So, so that's kind of the starting off point. And then if you go through that order, it's trying to provide, again, not putting training wheels on the company or anything like that, but some guidance. And it was said several times, rates matter. That we are concerned about the cost to ratepayers and to how things are, it's kind of spiraling upward. And we heard a lot from constituents and from your customers. So I would just start there. It's frustrating to be here now and to see this type of a request. And so again, we're not here for the MYP review today, but it is, in my mind, why is it justified for you to be here asking for a reconciliation, given all the guidance and direction that was provided in the original order?
Yeah, I would say, first, we also care about cost control and about ultimately what that means for affordability for customers in terms of the utility services that they're receiving from us. We are also, obviously, as the utility and as the distribution service provider, we have to balance, that with the safe and reliable service. And so that does become the tension and the challenge that we have. And, I'm not gonna try to predict that we want.
Everything I said this afternoon. If you want to continue, but.
I hear you. I understand, what you're saying, and I think that, we look forward to further discussion about how, there could be improvements to the multi-year plan process to kind of help going forward and make it better for everyone.
Okay, and then the other, I'd like to understand, you were doing pretty well in 21 and 22, and then the most recent year, when you probably had a chance to really maybe, let's see if we can make sure we keep things under control here, you kind of let everything explode in year 3. Why wasn't there a little more restraint and effort to again, stick to what the order? I mean, it wasn't like things happened 2 years ago. It happened right on the verge of the thing.
Yeah, I would say it's because once we got to the final year of this pilot multi-year plan, the pressures had built up so much that it became very difficult and practically impossible to offset, the cost pressures that we were seeing, whether it was the inflation, the supply chain issues, whether it was the electric depreciation, whether it was stride, whether it was, the rate base increase from the accelerated tax benefits. There were just so many of them all going in the same direction that it became a much bigger challenge than than we could handle. At the same time, I would hope that we're not going to see record level inflation like we did in this first multi-year plan and the second multi-year plan. And I think that I'm gonna make a prediction here that you're gonna see that we actually are able to manage better as we go through the second multi-year plan, and that ultimately what we do have with this multi-year plan structure is something that can and does benefit both utilities and customers and all of the stakeholders, ultimately Maryland.
Okay. And finally, and I am just kind of repeating everything Commissioner Suchman just said, but I was also very concerned when I read the staff and OPC testimony about, again, how forthcoming the company was as far as providing the narratives. It sounded like in one occasion, particularly with the Baltimore conduit contract, that there were permitting costs that they had to go through multiple rounds before they could actually just get a direct, straight answer from BGE. And I don't know if you have any comment on that. That was one I thought particular, anecdote in the testimony. Like, why should the parties have to go through that to get the information, the direct information when it's asked of the company?
Well, I think the permitting costs are a good example of one where I don't think I would have, kind of necessarily predicted that that's an area that parties and OPC in particular would have been interested in. It's $700,000 of costs, so not the most material amount. And so they asked a question about it, we answered, and then they asked another question, we answered further. And so some of it is just not really knowing what, they are really interested in there. That's one where it's sort of ironic to me because these are, this $700,000 in Baltimore City permitting costs, it came up at the end of 2023 because we hadn't been invoiced by the city. We went through and did an analysis to try and estimate how much those costs were. That's what the $700,000 is. OPC is taking issue with it because we didn't capitalize any of it, and yet OPC, I think typically doesn't want us to capitalize anything or capitalize even less. And so, that's where it's hard for me to, kind of say I understand or can predict what, parties might be interested in and what they might or might not want to see, because I find it hard to understand myself when, sometimes we're supposed to capitalize more, other times we're supposed to expense more, and I don't understand when.
And we can get into the substance of the issue, but it was more a concern that it seems like I've sat through several of these MYPs and now reconciliations. This seems to be just an ongoing issue with staff and OPC not getting the information they need in a timely manner and not having to go through multiple, requests for information. So, anyway, I just wanted to point that out. So, since it was also brought up by Commissioner Suchman. So, anyway, thank you, Mr. Frayne. Thank you.
Mr. Barvik. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, since we're being philosophical here, let me try my hand at this. So let's talk about inflation. Obviously, OPC and others have been bringing up CPIU, which is Consumer Price Index for urban dwellers, but for urban areas. But there are a lot of, Bureau of Labor Statistics has a lot of indices, and I'm sure that your industry has probably an index. Which one would that be?
Well, there's a number of different indices I think that we would use too. It's hard to point to one. I think if you look at like utility capital plant investments, the Handy-Whitman index is something that typically is referred to. But there are such specific, indices related to different, pieces of equipment and, things like that, it's hard to
Well, let me tell you why I asked that question in that way. Many of these industrial indices or industry sector indices tend to run higher than CPIU.
Right.
And also my impression is that there are a lot of pressures globally and in the United States with respect to construction, with respect to industrial activities, and it causes me to think that inflation in your sector is going to continue to be a problem, and that presents problems for multi-year rate plans because, here we have this anomalous inflation scenario that occurred over the last 3 years. Maybe it's being mentioned in the election a little bit, I don't know. But the point is, I'm not so sure if these are anomalous features into the near future. I mean, do you think maybe that we need, here's what I think has happened, and you please correct me if I'm wrong. You appear to have basically put off a lot of expenditures to keep your budgets tight as possible in 21 and 22, and then it just became impossible to control by 23. There were things that you put off, and boom, that's Is that basically what happened, do you think, in your business?
I don't know that I would put it quite that way, but all of the pressures had built up such that it became very difficult to manage all of that in 2023 and manage back to the original target that had been given. I don't know whether, the anomalous inflation may continue, but inflation's a reality, right? Whatever it is, there's going to be inflation in the future, and I think that the multi-year plan can be a mechanism that you use to give utilities the incentives and the signals to actually manage that inflation as much as they possibly can and do better than that inflation if possible. Find more efficient ways to to provide the safe and reliable service that we're obligated to provide to customers. If we didn't have the multi-year plan, what would have happened? Well, we would have had this inflation. The costs would have gone up and up. We would have been in here for historic test year rate cases, and we would have been filing for rate increases probably every 7 to 8 months or something like that with you. You would have been seeing us. Actually, quite frankly, you may feel like you see me more than you want to, but you would have seen us more, quite frankly. And at the end of the day, the funds that customers use for their bills, we were given those, and we would have been spending them on all of the inflation instead of finding ways to be more efficient. I think that's where the multi-year plan, even if yes, inflation is going to be a reality and it's going to be a challenge, the energy future that Maryland is looking for, it's not going to come cheap and it's not going to come easy, but that's why we need the right mechanisms and tools to make sure that we're doing it in the most efficient and cost-effective way that we possibly can.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'm going to leave it there. I think most of my questions I'm going to offer in the lessons learned process. Thank you, Mr. Frayne.
Okay, so turning back to OPC Exhibit 6FR, that is a list of projects.
Oh, yes.
So just so I understand this, these are all projects that you have not sought recovery for in the reconciliation.
That's right. We spent dollars on them in 2023, but they have not gone into service, so we're not requesting to start recovery of them in the 2023 reconciliation.
But they are all live projects, correct?
They are all projects that are in flight at one point or another. That's correct.
And you expect at some point you're going to ask for recovery for all of them?
At some point we would ask for recovery, I would expect, of all of them.
Yeah. Okay. So this discussion that's kind of been going on with my three colleagues about the MRP, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves since we do have this other proceeding, but so the process is that you do these projections and then staff and OPC gets that information, and it strikes me that we're still using the old method when we were in traditional rate cases of they look at the information, have questions, send you data request, you respond, and then they go from there. Has there been any consideration of trying to do some other sort of informational sharing process that maybe is a little more dynamic as opposed to this,
We have. We have. I can't say we did with this 2023 reconciliation itself, this proceeding, but with case 9692, with case 9645, and maybe even, in between, we've held many informational sessions with, staff OPC where we would invite them on any number of topics, whether it was walking them through examples of different types of projects and the life cycles that those projects go through and how we plan for them, whether it's walking them through our financial systems and how an asset might make its way through the financial system, whether it's talking about more than I ever thought I would ever hear, billing determinants and statistics and how those get determined. There's a number of different, venues where we've tried to offer because you're right, there is that, there's an inefficiency to the discovery process because, inherent in it is sometimes the possibility that you're not quite interpreting the question correctly, or the other party doesn't even know exactly what question to ask necessarily. And so I do think that the multi-year plan has opened up. I can't say that I recall ever before multi-year plans sitting down in a rate case proceeding like that and having those types of discussions with parties, and now we are, and I think those are the types of things that could benefit everyone, and hopefully to the extent that we have continuity in people working on the rate cases, whether it's staff or OPC consultants or whoever it is, there will be more, of an ability to kind of gain a foundational understanding on some of these topics that will let you kind of have, the ability to dig in a little bit further and understand a little bit more. But that is a challenge, right? We do have the information and the understanding. We're doing our best to share it with them, but it's hard because they don't necessarily have all of the information that we do, or the experience, and that's just something that I think in the process we all need to recognize.
Okay, all right. I think that's good enough. Thanks.
Your Honor, I neglected to move OPC 6FR into evidence, and I'd offer that for admission.
So admitted.
Thank you.
So let's see. We're going to turn to your witness, and we only got one. Well, we got two, but one that has no question, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I believe the parties are willing to stipulate Mr. Efron's testimony into evidence. And then we have Mr. Fitzhenry available for cross-examination.
Okay, so why don't we take a half-hour break, or does that work? Or you want to keep plugging along? Or
15-minute break.
15 minutes. All right, so we'll take 15 minutes, 3:15 more or less. So.
Thank you.
Oh, I know. It is a little. Although, I was going to say, is that on this list of taking your jacket off? Or?
Oh, are the jackets there? Like, yeah, we have shed clothes in the past.
Oh, okay.
Well, the actual thing, this thing to
Okay, back on the record. OPC.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Commissioners, Mark Sheepus for Office of People's Counsel. Chairman Hoover, the parties have stipulated to the admission of the corrected direct testimony and the surrebuttal testimony of one of OPC's two witnesses, and that's David J. Efron. I'd ask that the corrected, it's corrected because there were a couple computational errors in Mr. Efron's original testimony, which were pointed out to us, filed on July 24th, so we filed a corrected version on August 15th. I'd ask that the corrected direct testimony of Mr. Efron dated July 24th, 2024, and filed on August 15th, 2024, and consisting of 6 pages of written testimony, 1 appendix, and 1 exhibit, be marked as OPC 7FR.
So marked.
I'd ask that the surrebuttal testimony of Mr. Efron, consisting of 4 pages of written testimony and 1 exhibit, filed on September 27th, 2024, be marked as OPC Exhibit 8FR.
So admitted.
And OPC, well, I'll wait to move those until we call our next witness. OPC calls Mr. Colin
Do you
Fitzhenry.
want to move the admission? Or?
I can move him now. Yeah, OPC respectfully requests that OPC 7FR and OPC 8FR be entered into evidence.
So admitted.
And now OPC would call Mr. Colin Fitzhenry to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalties of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your business address.
Colin Fitzhenry, COLIN FITZHENRY, and my business address is 16690 Swingley Ridge Road, Chesterfield, Missouri 63017.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fitzhenry.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Fitzhenry, could you please state the name of your employer for the record?
Yes, it is Brubaker and Associates.
And what position do you hold at Brubaker?
I'm an associate.
Mr. Fitzhenry, do you have with you today a document titled The Direct Testimony of Colin Fitzhenry, dated July 24th, 2024?
I do.
Does that document contain 31 pages of written testimony, 1 appendix, and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would request that the direct testimony of Mr. Fitzhenry and the attached appendix and exhibit be marked as OPC Exhibit 9FR.
So marked.
Mr. Fitzhenry, do you also have before you today a document titled The Surrebuttal Testimony of Colin Fitzhenry, dated September 27th, 2024?
Yes.
Does that document contain 34 pages of written testimony and 1 exhibit?
Yes, it does.
Excuse me. Your Honor, I would ask that the surrebuttal testimony of Mr. Fitzhenry and the attached exhibit be marked as OPC Exhibit 10FR.
So marked.
Mr. Fitzhenry, were the documents that have been identified and are before you now prepared by you or for you under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any corrections or other changes to make to your pre-filed testimonies?
No, I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath that you were asked in those testimonies, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And do you adopt the pre-filed testimonies marked as OPC Exhibits 9FR and 10FR as your own sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, OPC respectfully requests that OPC 9FR and 10FR be admitted into evidence.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is now available for cross-examination.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Yes, Your Honor, I do have cross. Good afternoon, Mr. Fitzhenry.
Yeah, good afternoon.
My name is Brent Belay. I'm an attorney for Baltimore Gas and Electric. I'd like to ask you a few questions. When were you first retained by OPC to be their consultant in this matter?
I don't recall the exact date.
Do you recall roughly when it was?
Possibly back in May, or yeah. I don't honestly. I don't have a good recollection. I couldn't say exactly when.
But you're guessing May of, is that 2024?
That'd be correct. Yes.
So I assume you were not involved as a consultant in BGE's MYP2 case, which is case 9692. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't participate in case 9645, which was BGE's initial MYP.
That's also correct.
Okay. You weren't involved in BGE's Stride case, case 9331 and 9468. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
Similarly, I assume you were not involved in BGE's gas service regulator proceeding, case number 9771. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever worked for a utility company?
I worked for a merchant generator, so yes, electric utility.
Okay. And you were an intern for the...
That's correct. Yes.
Do you have any direct experience operating a gas or electric distribution system?
No, I do not.
Have you ever been directly responsible for ensuring the safety of a gas or electric distribution system?
No.
Have you ever been a project manager responsible for electric or gas distribution system capital projects?
No.
Other than your time as an intern with the merchant generating company that you worked for in 2009, I think that was, correct? Have you been employed by anybody else professionally other than Brubaker and Associates?
Yes, I've had several other jobs. I mean, I worked at a vegetation management company as a summer intern the year prior to that. That was a subcontractor of Ameren, Illinois. I was employed as a bartender. I was employed as a bar manager. I worked at a bicycle shop.
Okay, those are all good things. But anything using your engineering degree?
No, I've been employed at Brubaker Associates initially as an entry engineering level 1, approximately 12 years ago, and I've been working there since that time.
Okay, thanks. You're not an accountant, are you?
I am not.
And you're not a CPA either, correct?
That is also correct.
Okay. The cases that well, actually, let me strike. You can strike that, and I'll start over. Did you review any past materials from BGE's MYP cases, cases 9645 and case 9692, or any of the other cases I asked you about earlier, while you were preparing your recommendations in your direct and surrebuttal testimony in this matter?
I've reviewed some of those materials. The attorneys provided me, some background information related to some of those proceedings, not the entirety of them that you mentioned, but some of them, yes.
Can you describe, for example, just like in case 9692, the most recent MYP case, what materials did you review prior to making your recommendations in this matter, if you recall?
Well, I don't recall reviewing any specific materials from that case. Some of the materials I did review were the Commission's initial order in the 9645 case, in this case, the revised work plan. I believe that I believe that some information was sent to me in the 9692 case regarding the common trench enhancement investment as well.
Did you, on your own, look for any information about those cases, or did you just review things that were given to you?
I review a multitude, lots of things when I'm, starting to my initial inquiries into any utility application. In particular, I look at a historical rate of expenditures using, public filings such as FERC Form 1s. I look at, we have certain subscriptions that we are involved. We have at Burbank and Associates, in particular, S&P Market Intelligence, that provides some general background on utility finances, utility expenditures. So yeah, I mean, I look at quite a few things as, in addition to just the utilities application.
All right, let's turn back to the, I have some questions for you about your testimony with respect to the gas investments that are at issue here. Now, earlier you stated that you had no involvement in BGE's stride cases. Is that correct?
Not in BGEs, no.
So is it safe to say that you're unaware that BGE's Operation Pipeline projects, which were projects 60677 and 86320, were within BGE's stride program in 2023? Is that correct? You were not aware of that, are you?
At the time of my direct filing, I don't recall me knowing at the time of my direct testimony whether or not they were originally included in the stride plan. It's my understanding that at the time of this company's filing in the reconciliation proceeding, those particular investments should be reviewed for their prudency. So that's my, how I was reviewing them at the time.
Okay, so you're probably also unaware that BGE made a filing with the Commission in March of this year, of 2024, that provided information on the work that BGE completed in 2023, including the impact of the TRO, which is Temporary Restraining Order, on main and service replacement totals, as well as other information.
I did not review that filing, no.
Okay. Do you know that OPC made a filing in response to that filing?
I'm not sure. I don't recall being aware of that or not.
So you wouldn't know whether or not OPC made any mention in that filing or raised any concerns about the TRO and expressed no concerns about its asset replacement performance in that filing?
That is correct. I didn't review that filing.
Let me ask you some questions about the process that BGE follows when it's working on gas mains. You reviewed BG witness White's rebuttal testimony in this matter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if I could just please ask you, do you have a copy of that with you?
I do.
Okay. Would you mind turning to page 20? You can let me know when you get there.
Okay, I'm there.
And I'm specifically looking at lines 4 through 12. And in those lines, Ms. White explains how BGE goes about doing the work that it does here. You see that? I'll give you a moment to review those sentences of testimony.
Okay, I've reviewed.
Okay. Now, you don't have any reason to believe that that this process for replacing gas main is conducted in any way other than what Ms. White has described in this testimony, do you?
No, I do not.
Moving a little further down that page, lines 13 and 14, Ms. White testifies that the TRO prevented the company from installing new gas services and transferring customers from the old main to the new main. Was that correct? Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
You're not of the opinion, are you, that an old gas main still serving customers can be abandoned or retired before those customers are transferred to a newly installed gas main, are you?
No, that's not my opinion.
Because otherwise those customers would not have any service at all, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have any professional experience managing gas main replacements projects, do you?
I do not.
I want to move on to a different topic that you testified about, which is variances, changes in variances in this matter. First of all, would you agree that BGE filed its first estimated capital and O&M costs for 2023 as part of its initial MYP case, the case 9645, back in May of 2020?
That sounds correct to me.
Okay. And that was right around the time that global pandemic hit the United States, roughly. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you also agree that between May of 2020 and the present, there have been a lot of changes in the law, a lot of new laws? For example, the IIJA at the federal level, which stands for Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. At the state level, the state enacted something called the Climate Solutions Now Act, which we've talked about today. All of those things happened since May of 2020. Would you agree with that?
I agree there's been changes to the law.
Okay. You agree with those two changes, or do you?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you also agree, we've talked a lot about inflation so far today, that in 2021 and 2022, there was anomalous inflation?
Yes, I would agree there's high levels of inflation in those years.
All right, now I have a different topic I'd like to ask you about, and that's the city conduit. A few questions about that.
Okay.
You don't live in Baltimore City, do you?
That's correct, I do not.
You don't live in Maryland?
I live in St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay. Can you tell me your understanding of why BGE has a conduit agreement with Baltimore City?
My understanding is primarily from, the company's testimony, that, a long time ago, the city entered into an agreement with BGE for, to allow them to use, the common trench, I guess, but enhancements, but they would have to also, perform certain, conduit replacement work as a result of that agreement.
Okay. There's no other way for BGE to provide service to the city other than through the conduit system, correct?
Can you restate the question? Are you asking whether or not that the utility can perform work without the shared use of the conduit system with the city?
No, my question is BGE must use the conduit system to provide electricity throughout Baltimore City and the surrounding area. Do you know?
I know they use it now. I haven't explored, alternate means of,
Okay. So you don't know whether there's any alternate means of other than...
That's correct. I did not explore that.
Do you know how old the conduit system is?
Yes, I think I stated earlier that I recall it being in the early 1900s. For some reason, 1903 comes to mind, but I don't recall it. I'm just trying to go off memory from reading the company's testimony there.
That's fine. And do you know what materials make up the conduit system?
Generally, conduit is basically empty pipes that, can be used to put utility services through.
Do you know what the Baltimore City conduit system is? What is the material that's used that makes those pipes that you use?
I don't recall the exact material.
So you don't, I assume because you don't know the material, you don't know about the integrity of the system or the dangers it may pose to our employees or the public. You would need to know the materials, I assume, to kind of have an informed view as to that. Would you agree?
I mean, I guess without knowing any further knowledge of the conduit system, I can't make an assessment as to the degree of safety with the current conduit system.
Okay. Are you aware that there was a fire in the conduit system just a couple of weeks ago that's still impacting the city today?
No, I was not aware of that.
Just one second. Okay. You're not aware that there is a law that requires that BGE use the conduit system to provide electric service in the city, are you?
That requires the utility to use the conduits? No, I was not aware there was a law about that. Okay, I have a question for you about the conduit.
let's say if all of your, let's say you were running an electric utility and all of your electric lines were in the city's conduit system, and you were executing your plan to replace, let's say this is a crumbling system. It's got a lot of, it's old and it has a lot of infrastructure issues. And an emergency event occurs on the system. As well as, you know, though, at the same time, there are other areas of the system that are also degrading and need, let's say, attention soon, but not as urgently as kind of the emergency situation in front of you, let's say today. Let's talk about the fire, for example, that happened a couple weeks ago. Is it your testimony that you would fix the emergency, but then reduce the amount of those other still urgent but not immediately urgent situations in order to maintain your costs, even though you wouldn't go over your overall costs at the end of this agreement? I know that was hard, but
Okay, I mean, I'll just I'll try to answer it this way. Okay.
Yeah.
I made no recommendations as to the necessary work required by the utility for conduit replacement or conduit work in general.
You are recommending disallowance of certain costs here, though, are you not?
That's correct. I believe those costs are more appropriate for recovery in the future multi-year plan filing.
Okay. Would you agree with me that it is more expensive and more disruptive to the public to replace a failed section of a conduit under emergency conditions, like after the fire's already happened, for example, the one that happened a couple weeks ago, that's more costly and more disruptive rather than replacing it under more planned and non-emergency conditions? Would you agree with that general concept or premise?
I would say generally, emergency repairs can be more costly than preventative maintenance in certain instances. Yeah.
Okay. And more disruptive?
Certainly, yeah, certainly more disruptive as well.
Okay. Okay. And now moving on to not conduits, but common trenches. So I have a few questions for you about common trench. Are you aware that the issues about common trench were previously litigated, considered by the Commission, and ruled by the Commission after lengthy evidentiary hearings in case 9692? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of the previous Commission decision.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your client, the Office of People's Counsel, took a position on the common trench enhancement program costs in case 9692?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether OPC advanced any of the arguments that you are now advancing when this matter was considered in litigation in case 9692 previously?
No, I do not know that.
In your surrebuttal testimony, do you have a copy of that with you?
I do.
And I'm on page 33. I don't know that you can go there if you'd like, but I'm going to paraphrase, and if you think I'm wrong, you can correct me. But in your surrebuttal, you note that it would be inappropriate for BGE to profit off of a safety need that was identified following an explosion that damaged property and posed a safety risk. And that's at page 33.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. So I have a few questions kind of based on that philosophy.
Okay.
Following that logic, do you think it would be inappropriate for an airline, for example, to make profit off of selling airline tickets to ride on an airplane that was upgraded with safety enhancements after an aviation incident?
I don't think the argument applies to an airline. I mean, a utility is a regulated monopoly, whereas an airline is a for-profit corporation.
Let's assume then, for purposes of this question, that they are a regulated monopoly.
Okay, so another regulated monopoly that happens to be an airline. There was a safety incident.
Yeah.
And they were to, you said, make repairs.
Let's say there was a safety incident somewhere in the industry, and let's say that the airline, learning from that, enhanced the safety features of its airplanes, and now is selling tickets that are more expensive because they had to install either retrofit or build planes to be safer than they used to be, even though the older planes didn't violate any particular law or regulation. They just were not safe because, we all learn as we go along in life how to make things safer. And so the company, the airline, is selling tickets and still is making a profit off of these new, enhanced, more safe airplanes. Would you disallow their ability to earn profit under that scenario?
Well, I believe the profit would most likely be reduced. I mean, there could be, potential reasons, but what I'm recommending here is not that the utility can't recover expenditures related to the common trench enhancement work.
Right.
I'm arguing simply that the utility can't profit. So in your particular scenario where the ticket price would be elevated, it doesn't necessarily mean that the utility would be profiting more because their expenditures would be higher. So they would have, there's multiple factors to consider there. I'm not sure you're controlling all the variables in your hypothetical example.
Okay. But you wouldn't deny them profit. I think you said you'd reduce it.
As a regulated monopoly, it would be up to a commission decision to deny them profit.
Yes, and your recommendation here is to deny the profit.
That's right. Deny the return on investment.
Are you at all concerned about the sort of outcome where if you're denying profit under those circumstances, that it inhibits the ability of a company to actually invest in products or services or whatever might be at issue in order to make them more safe?
So are you suggesting that my recommendation would cause cash flow concerns for the utility potentially?
No, I'm just asking whether your recommendation you think could send the wrong signal.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Why don't we go on to, you did say earlier, I think, that you had reviewed the PSC's final order in case 9692, correct? The last MYP case. It's
Yes, I think I reviewed portions of it.
okay. I want to ask you some questions about that order. And I have a copy here that I can bring to you if you don't have one.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't print multiple copies because this is like 3 inches thick, so.
Yeah, probably find it if we need.
Okay, you have it with you now. All right, let's turn to page 73 of that order. And I guess for the record, in case I didn't say already, it's order number 90948. And let me know when you're at 73.
I'm here.
Okay. Do you see the heading on that page, or subheading, I guess you could call it in bold, called Commission Decision?
I do see that.
Okay. The first couple sentences after that heading, which is where the Commission is announcing its decision on common trench issues, it says that the PSC, quote, accepts staff's revised recommendation to only disallow some costs associated with electric project 68155, the Common Trench Enhancement Program for Electric, in reconciliation in the MYP. The CTS program, which is Common Trench Enhancement Program, was conducted to bring the common trenches at issue up to BGE's current construction standards and to add additional safety enhancements that were not available when they were first constructed. A little further along on the next page, page 74, the Commission states its finding on prudency, kind of at the bottom of the page there, about the fourth or fifth line from the bottom. The Commission there says, accordingly, the Commission finds that any disallowance for imprudence would be unwarranted. And finally, if you could turn to the next page, is page 75 at the top. The Commission finds that some disallowance would be inappropriate based on a methodology proposed by BGE witness Frin and supported by PSC staff. The order states the Commission's conclusion that, quote, that the revised disallowance developed by BGE witness Frin and endorsed by staff witness Dirier strikes the appropriate balance by focusing disallowance on plant that still has a useful life while allowing BGE to recover costs for new work and replacement of assets near or at the end of their useful life. Do you recall reviewing the Commission's decisions here before you submitted your direct or rebuttal testimony?
I don't recall if I read this exact section. I mean, I've had some extended conversations with the OPC attorneys regarding the CTS issue.
I guess I ask because essentially it seems to me that your testimony in this proceeding is really just disagreeing with these decisions that the Commission has made already.
Well, I would think that my recommendation would be a novel one that may be presented to the Commission, would allow them to reconsider, or not reconsider, but offer a new perspective on maybe how to include these costs in customer rates.
Okay. Do you have I think I already asked, but you have a copy of your rebuttal with you, right?
I do.
Let's see. Can you please turn to page 10 of your rebuttal? Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. And I'm looking particularly at lines 17 through 19. And there you're responding to BGE witness Frin essentially saying in his testimony that the Commission's already considered these issues and we followed the Commission's directive when we developed our filing in this matter that was already decided previously in 9692. And you're asked here in your testimony, do you agree with Mr. Frin? And you say no. The Commission's decision in 9692 is why I believe it is appropriate to continue to scrutinize these projects for prudency. But again, the Commission, as I just read here, already decided that issue. So can you tell me what you mean by your testimony here, that why you believe it is appropriate because of that order to revisit this?
Yes. So in that Commission decision, they recognize that portions of the common trench enhancement investment would be disallowed and other portions allowed. Thus, the totality of investments were not approved by the Commission. So my point here is suggesting that this investment it has been scrutinized and should still be continued to be scrutinized because the totality of the investments weren't deemed appropriate and approved.
Okay, but the Commission did establish a methodology for determining what was appropriate for recovery, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm page 16 of your surrebuttal. Could you turn to page 16, please?
Okay, I'm there.
And there you're responding to Ms. Wright's testimony about how common trench work in 2023, her testimony that it was not remedial. It was for conduit sealing, which wasn't available when these particular trenches were put in and weren't required, and replacement of cable that was at the end of its useful life. You respond to this with a theory that I think is new here from even your initial testimony, and you say that BGE would have potentially had opportunities to perform this common trench enhancement work on the pre-2001 gas and electric common trenches when work was being done on these trenches prior to 2019. You don't have any basis for assuming that BGE would have potentially had opportunities to do this trench work earlier.
I'm suggesting it's a possibility.
Okay. So you're speculating then, correct?
Well, in Ms. White's testimony she gave today in her cross-examination, she had mentioned that these trenches would not have been accessed unless other work was identified, prior to 2019. So in the event that these trenches were accessed prior to 2019 to perform other work because maybe conduit was at the end of its useful life, that might have been that's a possible opportunity.
So the basis of your statement here is based on the testimony you just heard today.
No, I mean I said in my testimony it's a possibility, and I think the statement I heard from Ms. White today suggests that it continues to be a possibility.
Okay. I assume you mean Ms. Wright, correct?
No, I believe Dawn White I'm actually referring to because Miss Wright didn't get crossed today, I believe, or she didn't provide any. She didn't provide any discussion of common trench enhancements, to my recollection.
Okay. Well, whoever.
Or maybe it was. Maybe it was Ms. Wright. Actually, I apologize. Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah.
Either way, other than the testimony that you heard today, you don't have any other basis really to think that there were opportunities in the past that, other than there could have been, but you don't know that there were. Correct?
Yes, there could have been.
Okay. All right, one more. You remember before when I asked you about the commission's order, the previous order, and that they did, I think you agreed with me that they came up with a methodology, or they didn't come up with, they approved of a methodology that the BGE witness Frain and the staff agreed to, and ultimately the commission endorsed. And do you recall that discussion?
I remember that discussion, yes.
Do you have any reason to think that that approved methodology wasn't used by BGE when it developed its filing that you reviewed in this matter with respect to common trench?
No, I do not.
Okay. Just one moment, if I can, Your Honor. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Fitzhenry. No more questions.
All right, thank you.
Staff.
Good afternoon. Staff has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just 3 or 4 redirect, Your Honor. Mr. Fitzhenry, counsel asked you about the materials you reviewed in preparing your testimony in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Was one of the materials that you reviewed the 2023 agreement, or I guess technically an amendment to an agreement between the company and Baltimore City concerning the conduit? And here I'm talking about the Baltimore City conduit, not the common trench enhancement conduit.
Understood, yes. Yes, I did. I believe you said that to me.
Okay. And is it your understanding from that agreement that BGE has an exclusive right to make capital improvements to the conduit, or can the city also make capital improvements.
The city can also make capital improvements.
And when there's an emergent issue with a conduit, whether it's this conduit or some other conduit that carries infrastructure necessary to serve utility customers, do you agree that it should be that when there is an emergent issue, there should be work done on the conduit?
Yes, if there's a danger to the public safety.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Richard.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let me just start. Have you had a chance to work with other states that are doing multi-year rate plans or these type of alternative rate making?
I recently filed testimony in both Ameren and ComEd, Ameren, Illinois, and the Commonwealth Edison, out of primarily in the Chicago area, both in Illinois, who had just filed their multi-year rate plans. The initial rate plans were rejected by the commission, and they recently refiled and were supposed to receive a partial order, I think maybe today even.
Okay.
In the Ameren case.
Okay, yes, and as you know, this is a pilot. We're kind of just starting out on this, and we're doing lessons learned next week. So have you been through a reconciliation process of any kind, or are you aware of any other state that are trying the multi-year rate plan that do a reconciliation of any kind?
I'm aware that another consultant is working in Arizona who's just recently, or they're also considering a multi-year rate plan. I have not filed testimony in either a reconciliation, though, of a multi-year rate plan until this proceeding. But I am aware of the structure of and what was approved in the, what was legislatively required in the Ameren and ComEd rate plan filings. And the process for those reconciliations when they will occur.
Okay, and are they similar to this? I'm just trying to get a handle on it. We're not really here to review multi-year rate plans today,
Sure.
but we have a pretty large one that's been requested by BGE, $150 million, and so I'm just trying to figure out how we approach the testimony that you've provided and staff have provided in the recommendations.
Sure.
So,
I'm aware that in both the Ameren and ComEd proceedings, there's caps on the increase in revenue requirement in the reconciliation process. Is also an annual process. I'm aware that this was, I believe, the first reconciliation occurred 2 years after the initial filing, and then this third one was for the third and final year. Those are also 4-year plans. So there's some some differences between the filings.
okay, when you approached this, did you look at it both as a prudency review and also a variance review, or how did you this one?
I think that certainly the overall cost variances being shown in that I've shown in my testimony here suggests a lack of cost control by the utility, and I think that goes into support some of my prudency recommendations.
Okay. Ultimately, though, if just trying to pull all it together, and in fact, this may be a question too. I believe you've recommended about $20 million in disallowances altogether out of the $150 million.
That figure sounds correct, I believe. Yes.
Sounds great. So it's fairly modest, I would say, in respect that we're talking about $150 million.
Yeah, a lot of the cost drivers that Mr. Frayne discussed, such as storm, were not included as part of my recommendations. This was a more of a project-by-project prudency review, looking at how the company made the expenditures and what work was done relative to the cost and the investment they made.
Okay. And then just looking at your testimony, I'm not going to try to dissect it here, but I did notice in a lot of different places you make the comment that you didn't feel like that you had a sufficient information or a lot of information to really do a full prudency review, or had the information to understand the variances. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think you brought up the the Baltimore City permitting expense as part of that, and initially that's not an individual project. That was a small mention of it within a variance under a miscellaneous corporate adjustment project. So there was I think $7 million difference. I think the originally company projected somewhere around $1 million, and they eventually spent about $8 million in that particular project. So that had some fault discovery, trying to identify, which of those, there's a they gave multiple reasons for the cost variance. One of them was the Baltimore City permitting expense. So that led to additional discovery beyond that initial one.
Okay, so based on, that information, because both our staff and they're not recommending any disallowances. We'll have a chance to talk to them next. But you have limited your recommendation to just $20 million. I guess I'm just grappling a little bit when I hear that you didn't, or even and the staff have said that they don't feel that they have gotten a lot of detail, a lot of data, a lot of support for their for prudency reviews, and they are they're questioning the variances and suggesting even we may want to consider in the future having a cap of some kind. So, is it your testimony that you're okay with $130 million of the request for BGE, or and just $20 million you found objectionable? How do I?
$20 million is what I made a determination of that were imprudent expenditures on behalf of the company. I don't, I can't make I didn't make a recommendation for the disallowance of the entirety between the magnitude of what the company was originally approved for in the multi-year plan filing to what they're requesting in the reconciliation. My understanding is that the projects need reviewed for prudency on when they're going into base rates, which is what's occurring in this reconciliation proceeding. So. Based on that, all my disallowances are related to, a prudence review of individual projects. I understand that the magnitude of cost variances is excessive here, but I'm not ultimately recommending that the commission disallow the entire variance, between the reconciliation and the company's initial filing.
Okay, and then with your work in with other states, have they faced any of this kind of a situation where there's a reconciliation process, but there wasn't a thought or thinking that the reconciliation could be of this magnitude, or any other kind of learnings, I guess? And again, I understand we're going to do learnings, but I'm just interested in your testimony and your review of this case.
Right. So in other jurisdictions, there's lots of ways to address reconciliation. In Pacific Corp out west, for example, in all their jurisdiction service territories, they file what a net power cost, which is a forecasted test year for the year going forward, and then they're being held to that revenue requirement. So there's a cost sharing mechanism associated with their a rider mechanism. So based on those forecasted costs, if the utility expends, outside of a certain bandwidth, right, of that revenue requirement, there's some shared expense where the utility will incur a portion of that expense if they're too high, and likewise, if they're well below, there's a sharing mechanism that allows some of that money to go back to the ratepayers and some of that money to go back to the utility to incentivize not only achieving their projected revenue requirement but being below the projected revenue requirement.
Okay, I guess finally, just trying to figure out how this time. So, you believe that we'll still need to do some work on the prudency review? Is that
Yeah, I think when we're talking about lack of detail, what I'm generally referring to is a lack of detail in in the prudency review. To a certain extent, the cost variances I've identified too, are substantial. Or you'd think, potentially when you see, this is a fictitious example, but an expenditure for tools under, electric distribution, they have a bucket where they can, spend money on tools. If you saw a 200% increase, right, in that particular expenditure, you might thought there might be, some additional description other than one or two sentences about, what were they buying? Did they buy, a $50 million piece of machinery they didn't intend to buy? That's kind of the quality of detail I'm looking for, not just, additional expenditures were incurred, inflation, raised costs more than we expected. If we're seeing 100%, 200% magnitude of cost variance for a certain budget category, I would think that would require some more detailed explanation in order to make a determination of whether that additional investment was prudent.
Okay, so you didn't find that quality of detail or that level of detail in this case?
I did not.
Okay. And finally, if we, obviously, with the future test year, money has already been collected by the utility, all been recovered. If we do provide any reconciliation at this point before any kind of a prudency review, I mean, is there a mechanism that you know of in other states that you claw that money back, or you get?
So are you suggesting that maybe there would be some sort of automatic reconciliation with a prudency review to follow that?
I guess I'm just concerned about the order we're looking at this.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think, with multi-year plan filings, generally when the plan's filed, there should be a determination of need, right? So I think as commissioners, you're probably looking at, well, does this revenue requirement make sense based on the current legislation, what we anticipate for future legislation? Will this revenue requirement allow the utility to make the expenditures necessary in order to provide safe and reliable service to its customers? And you're considering that in totality. And then, the reconciliation would be, like I said, I think that generally once that determination has been made, it's up to the utility to control those expenditures and maintain that revenue requirement. And I think that can be done through, making adjustments to, planned expenditures that aren't required and aren't necessary when, new emergent projects occur, or, when, there's additional inflationary pressures that might occur.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. And excuse me, I'm going to lose my voice. No, I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the questions.
Commissioner Barbe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fitzhenry. So I am going to try and expand upon my line of questioning to witness Frain here. I'm looking at page 3 of your rebuttal on line 10. You're just asked straight out, should the MYP cost variances be viewed over the entire MYP period, as Mr. Frain suggests, and you say no, and your counter-argument appears to be that no, each of these projects have to be taken on their own merits. You can't use a cost savings in year 1 or 2 and apply it to allow you to have a bump up in year 3. Am I reading correctly what your position is, basically?
Yes, I would say that they have to be considered on a year-by-year basis and on a project-by-project basis.
All right, so let me offer the counter argument that I would offer if I worked for the utility.
Right.
And it would be, I think, and I'm very new to this MYP thing, so I haven't really made up my mind on any of this from a broad philosophical point of view, but I think that one of the arguments would probably be, well, this is giving the utility an incentive to be cost conscious because they'd be able to find a benefit over the course of the 3 years, and so therefore that's why the utility ought to look at the cost from a 3-year perspective rather than parsing it year by year. What would you think about that kind of an argument? To be your devil's advocate on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the cost variances, whether looked at on an annual basis or a multi-year period basis, they require, correct justification, for the cost variance. What I'm suggesting here is that I didn't see the justification, and then the idea that they have to catch up, end of year plant and service to doesn't necessarily, which was what the utilities, reasoning for the large, increase in the third and final year, doesn't necessarily, it doesn't seem very much like in line with the facts of the filing, I guess. When I'm reviewing these projects, I'm seeing, projects that occur in 2023 that were delayed from 21-22, and likewise I see projects that are 23, being carried out to 2025 now. So, I don't see that they're, catching up. I just see that they're spending more in that particular year.
So basically, to encapsulate your argument, you really believe that these costs should be viewed on their own merits separately within their lifespans of development and employment and that.
Yeah, I mean, I think when a project,
Almost as if it were three rate periods, almost.
yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. I mean, it's when you're looking at certain capital expenditures, we're only obviously going to review them for prudency when they're in service, right? So we can do that on an annual basis. And likewise, when we're looking at O&M expenditures, that happens annually. We're annually reviewing O&M for the appropriate level of expenditures. And I think that should be viewed in the context in which they're requesting those expenditures. I think that informs some of those expenditures. So in the utilities forecasting those expenditures on an annual basis, they're not, forecasting it, for 3 years combined. So I think maybe, it seems like more kind of a time frame issue, but I think the annual, review is probably more appropriate than, combined 3 years. Certainly maybe for a transmission project that takes 10 years, it's not gonna have much value to maybe review it annually. But for most projects, I would think it provide benefits.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to leave it there. I think a lot of the questions that I have are going to be in the lessons learned process, but thank you very much for your answers.
Yeah, thank you for the questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henry. So the 150 million additional request that we're getting from BGE, sort of almost equally divided between electric and gas. Do you have a sense of how much of that ask is for O&M versus project costs?
I would have to go back and look at my, my testimony to find those exact figures for you, but I can tell you. Sorry, rebuttal. So in terms of
you can give me a page for that?
Sure.
Okay.
So I'm looking at table 2 on page 7 of my direct testimony. And on that table, I'm showing that the company spent approximately $40 million more than budgeted at an 8.4% total variance. And then if you go to the back half of my testimony where the gas section is,
okay, so let's stick with electric.
Okay.
So again, point me to where we're talking about project costs as opposed to O&M.
So these are all O&M expenditures.
These are all.
I have a table 1 on page 6, that's capital. And then table 2 on page 7, that's, this is O&M expenditures by category.
Okay, so from these two, can you give me sort of a general percent? Is it 50%, 40% of, rather than me doing the numbers? How much for the 75 million for electric? How much of that is project costs versus O&M costs? And I have a reason.
Yeah, I would have to do the math there on the rate of determine the rate of return being included in the reconciliation filing. I mean, O&M is revenue requirement, so the $40 million O&M is O&M.
I understand that.
Okay.
Well, and actually, so the reason I'm asking the question is for the expenditures that will ultimately be rate based.
Mm-hmm.
I am concerned, so I'm following up on Commissioner Richards' questions around prudency.
Right.
If we were to approve, let's say 50% of that 75 million was for project costs.
Okay.
Projects are not ready to go into rate base, so they're not subject to prudency review, but they are subject to prudency review in the sense that if we approve them, that money is spent.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of gets to Commissioner Richards' question about the clawback. I mean, and this is my concern about prudency in an MYP.
Sure.
Is that when does prudency occur? I mean, to the extent that we are giving, it used to be an historical test year, the utility would spend the money first. They wouldn't get approval from us. They would spend the money first, and then they come back to us for approval. We approve it, prudency done, and then the asset is rate based,
Right.
and they can earn a return. So coming to us for money now, on some level, it's kind of backwards, because ultimately we can't make a prudency determination that is meaningful, because we've already given them the money, and we've already approved their spending of the money. So I'm sort of trying to parse through this and
Right.
and figure out. And I am a little concerned about sort of staff statements, your statements about the lack of prudency determinations made by the utility, and at the same time, I feel like we're ultimately, whether it's actual or de facto, I feel like we're making a prudency determination just by approving the spend for projects, so not O&M, but for projects that we have a list of projects that are not going into rate base. But are we any of that $75 million? Is that going to any of these projects?
Okay. My understanding is that those 46 electric projects identified in that discovery response, the company isn't requesting any cost recovery of those projects now in the reconciliation proceeding. So
none of the $75 million
well,
is being spent on those.
I guess to the extent that some of the expenditures were already approved in the initial multi-year plan filing, right? So if one of those 46 projects, for example, was included in the multi-year plan filing, and the commission approved the expenditures in relation to that project, I assume those would be in base rates right now. So, that happened before we did, this proceeding. And in my concern, and I think staff's concern too, based on, their testimony. If you look at table 1 of my testimony, right, the actual to budget variance was $200 million, right? Now, not all of that $200 million is actually being requested by the utility right now. In fact, 46 projects, in those actuals, some of those 46 projects, some of those are represented in these actuals right here, right? So it's my understanding that the utility is not requesting those expenditures, but they are spending the money. And having a 45% variance, $200 million of additional expenditures and capital expenditures that will eventually go into base rates, means that costs are going to be escalated in future multi-year plan filings, future reconciliation filings, when these expenditures, assuming that those 46 projects are approved for the prudency.
And and that's my question, is when does prudency occur if we are approving the spend?
Yeah. I mean, to a certain degree, I guess, the commission can make a decision about those 46 projects, right now, right? Assuming, since you technically approved, some of that is included in the revenue requirement, there's nothing disallowing the commission to say, well, we might have, approved this particular project to be collected through base rates in the initial multi-year plan filing, but, for whatever reason, because of how the company's making expenditures in relation to this particular project, we no longer find that expenditure to be prudent. I mean, there's nothing preventing the commission from making that determination. Like you said, in a typical historical test year, you don't have to make that initial determination of need and then a following determination of prudency. They don't get in rates till you've made that determination of prudency. The multi-year plan filing, and kind of interferes with that traditional, rate-making method.
Well, and I struggle to sort of figure out when do we make prudency, and if everything's already spent, then what is the effect of a prudency determination at that point, when it's already been spent and we've already approved the spend?
Well, I understand that. I would say if the project is in service, right, then a prudency review should be beneficial, because at that time the commission can make a determination whether that money was spent prudently, or whether the utility was negligent, or in some context, maybe the utility makes some expenditures towards the project but never completes the project. How is that, and never becomes used and useful for the customer? So I mean, I think there's still a benefit to these reconciliation proceedings to review some of these projects that are going into service that have never been reviewed before. But I understand where your comments coming from. This large magnitude and differences between the what you guys originally approved in the multi-year plan filing and what the company is requesting in this reconciliation. A lot of it is because, well, the original revenue requirement was based on a bunch of capital expenditures that may have never got made, or maybe they did get made, right? So it's kind of a black box, I guess.
And we don't have a crystal ball, so we can't
Right.
anticipate things like inflation or supply chain issues. So the 19 million in disallowance, is that mostly for projects?
Those are in fact I rescinded one of my recommendations on Sir rebuttal related to one of those 46 projects that the company is not requesting, for recovery of in the reconciliation proceedings. So all my recommendations with respect to capital projects are for projects that are in service and can be reviewed for their prudency and how used and useful and they are to customers, and how that money was spent by the utility.
Okay, so all of the 19 million is, so we are doing a prudency review on that because they're in service. But in terms of the rest of that, the 130 million, to the extent that they've been spent on a capital project, but it's the request is not coming in, that they're not in service and they're not requesting that it be put into rate base. We're then, by allowing this 130 million to be spent, we're essentially approving the prudency of the spend for those projects. And that's I guess my question is, if you get to 90% of the spend for a project, and then they come in for a prudency review for the last 10%, it's really not much of a prudency review.
Yeah, I understand that point as well. Yeah. So.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
So your analysis of this was reviewing the company's filing, propounding data requests, and examining the responses. Now, did you hear Mr. Frain's discussion about maybe alternative ways of getting information on this, and you have any thoughts on that? And if it's beyond the scope of your, control by your client, I'll understand. So.
Yeah, I mean, so I think maybe one of the possibilities is recommending for more stakeholder engagement would be, maybe open sessions that, consultants can attend to have informal discovery, review filings with the utility. Often cases, sometimes the commissions will, require this upon, utilities that was required upon Ameren and ComEd following the first, where they found, like I said, the first multi-year plan filing non-compliant, and they rejected it, and they required the utilities to meet with stakeholder groups over a period of 3 months, pretty intensively, before refiling, new and improved new plans that could be reviewed. So sometimes that's, one way that, utilities engage with stakeholders and interveners. It sounded like maybe he was, I don't want to speak for Mr. Frain, but, maybe something like that. But there's plus sides and downsides to those types of, engagements too. Obviously my services have to be paid for. Sometimes when I have like a large industrial client and their bill goes up by, they're looking at projected rates and their bill goes up by $1.5 million every year, they hire me right away, right? But other times when we're requesting, say, hey, the utility wants us to engage with them in a 3-month stakeholder process, it's going to, you have to still pay for our services. There's not going to be any financial impact to you, but it might be able to influence the filing. Sometimes that's harder to get customer engagement, and I can't speak for on behalf of OPC and how they engage with those issues, but that's my personal experience as a consultant.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, for staff, are there cross-examination questions for all of your witnesses, or?
I believe there's minimal, if any.
BGE has no cross plan for any of the staff witnesses, Your Honor.
Same with OPC.
Oh. All right. Because I guess my thought is, we can either end today and bring all your folks up and do this tomorrow, or we can plow through today. So.
Well, I have one witness that has a transportation issue if it goes on too long. So I plan to bring him up first.
Well, we could take that person first, I guess, unless you got some order that you want to.
No, we can do that. I have also one witness that has a change to the testimony, a correction.
I see. Wait a minute, do you have a lot of questions for them, or?
If you're anxious to get information, I would like their testimony.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All
right. So actually, let's do this. We'll come back tomorrow. So we're gonna end for today, and we'll do staff tomorrow. So.
Maybe we have to be here anyway, so we'll let them suffer.
Yeah, I understand. So.
I appreciate that because I wouldn't.
Thank you for hanging around.